school. I was like, really? Ugh.
Yeah.
Munch, 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 munch.
Literally though. Uh
But I was so disappointed. I kept that back with me for life. Yeah,
yeah.
Shirley is person.
Where's where's my uh chat stuff? Where the fuck is it? Must have closed the tab. Did you like the Roxas mod data fight I sent?
I actually thought it was cool. I saw Sora using something that looked like reversal in the fight.
Yes.
I was curious about that, and I was like, how's he doing that? Because I know Sora can't do that normally.
Nope.
I was like, how is he dodging with? I mean, he's in the middle of these these keyblades, not taking damage.
That was a
There was only. Mm-hmm.
I think it's a mod that like changes one of the form changes to be more like KH2 and you get reversals.
I see. There was one thing that did disappoint me, and that was the fact that when Roxas threw his keyblades at you, um, they looked like um, the ultimate form keyblades.
Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. They're probably using like different move lists.
And I was like, why are they using something that's not even that? Like, at least use, I don't know, something from double form. But they didn't.
Or even just fucking light and dark form.
Oh yeah, that's what I meant. That's double form.
Oh yeah, true.
Nice AI Maria. It's probably not AI, but it seems like AI. It's my friend's birthday today, and one of my friends posted this and was like, "At this person, happy birthday," and then sent this. I'm like, "What do you mean? What is this? What the fuck is that?"
It's darkness. What
No.
the fuck?
Oh, you didn't see the GIF before you were laughing? Oh man.
That's sus.
It is. It seems kind of. I mean, I don't think that it's anything but that, but it reminds me of those like Latino videos where they're like serving some guy's girl ice cream
Oh my
in the
god.
most sensual. Have you seen
Yes.
those videos?
Yeah, you showed me it. Yeah.
Oh my god! Like, are you serious? What is happening there? And all the guys watching the videos get so pissed off. It's so funny. Hey Val.
That like custom cup mod though. Uh, I'm sus to try that because it said it adds all the limit cut data fights.
Limit cut. What's limit cut again?
The data fights DLC,
Oh, okay.
including fucking Nomura.
Master Zero. Wait, what do you mean including Nomura? Is Nomura a fight?
I just called Nomura Yuzora.
Oh, I see. Well, I mean that's fine. The principles you would follow. I said I would raise my strength, right?
Damn.
These
Am I
double
pushing
sickles
her?
require more. No, I don't see. I think you're going right through her.
Damn.
These weapons that we both have, they require dexterity, right?
Yeah.
Mainly dexterity?
Yeah.
Okay.
They scale with strength and dex, but it's mostly dex.
Okay, thank you. Alright, my dex is now at 18.
Nice.
Oh, Val, perfect. You came here at the perfect time.
What the fuck? Why was he still
What?
doing the like he had his hands up animation? He
What?
stabbed him.
He was in pain, just like Val said.
Cut my balls. Fuck Val.
I played too much Monster Hunter, so now I'm holding down the R1 button to run.
Ew, is that how you run?
Yes, it is how you
I
run the
hate that.
Monster Hunter.
I hate
It
that
is
so
the
much.
worst thing ever. But I mean, this game is no better because this game has you run with circle. Like the fuck? I think that this is the worst because you have to move your thumb so far, whereas like running is just a toggleable like effect.
Yeah. Oh,
And I had to.
I forgot to capture my game. Thanks for
Oh,
telling
whoop.
me that, Val.
I had to unlearn when I first played this game. I had to unlearn Monster Hunter World's controls for this game. I wasn't playing Monster Hunter World like that often when this game came out, but it still reminded me of it too much because I was using my PS4 controller. So I was constantly attacking, and I was like, "What the fuck is wrong? Like, why do you keep doing that?" And then I was like, "Oh,
No, I did not grab this.
I'm gonna wait for you for this guy."
Val, when will you enter darkness? When will you join Xenord?
Xenort. No, you gotta tell him about. What were their names? What did I say? You gotta tell him about Raximo and Giluxi. Damn it.
Oh, he's doing it.
Oh! Oh my god, he really is Val. What the fuck? Look at the face. He's a skeleton.
Val, just die.
Val! Fall! What if I did the point down animation? Oh wait, I don't have it.
I'm bleeding him and he won't die.
Yeah. Damn it, we don't have the point down
I need
thing.
the X blade. No, the key blade. Sorry. Key blade!
Yeah.
And soon it will be mine. Wow, Val really just doesn't want to die.
Where is it? I just had... Why are my things different now? Not in thought, fancy spin. There. I'm bleeding him and he's not dying. That is me. Oh well. I guess he's just not gonna die but be dead. And
Wait,
look at something continuously forever,
can you
unbothered.
break this? Maybe this is keeping him alive.
Now
No.
all he needs now are just the bottles on top of this, and then he's good.
Yeah.
Me watching endless K-dramas. The way you say that always makes it seem like I'm in like some sort of trouble. Because you met me during a K-drama.
Ooh.
You are trouble, he says.
I've been to see you.
Oh, speaking of trouble.
Ah, I see.
Hey Val, can you figure out...
Ow, I'm dead.
Can you figure out the true names of Ramixo, Araximo, and Giluxi? Do you remember your true name?
I saw a KH3 mod that lets you play as Zemnis.
Oh, that sounds interesting.
And it literally, like, you get to play as all his different appearances, so you get to play as his unknown form and then Twilight Zemnis.
Oh, nice. There's Val.
This fucking thing needs to die.
I mean, it doesn't really need to. I wish dodging a Monster Hunter gave you
iframes. Yeah, when you were playing
Yeah,
it
just
that
moves
day, I
you
was
away.
just like, wow. It's literally just a dodge.
Yeah, the only thing that gives you iframes is the belly flop. That's it.
That sucks.
The belly flop though is really funny because it's so slow and it's like it's really funny to watch. But then you'll be fighting like a Lunastra. He's still alive. You'll be fighting a Lunastra or Teostra, which are both just male and female lions. That are fire based, and they are insane. They are honestly insane to fight, especially Lunastra. And they just bloat, like they just nuke shit all the time, and you have to get the fuck out of there. Yeah.
Damn.
Well, yeah, young lion. They are indeed Radon. All right, I'll let you do this because you are the key.
The key of destiny. Come
I say
closer.
no. That's it. Electo. Damn it.
What the fuck is this music? Sounds like some Prime music.
Oh, this is Estelle or something. Moira and Lugia.
Oh
my! Oh, come on, Val. I don't know.
I hate when she does that.
She has a lot of HP.
I could throw shit at you too, bitch.
What? LOL. Moira and Lugia? Aren't there any other names that look like those that you can surmise that fit together?
Bitch, stop running. That was too much damage.
I don't know. Val can't figure out their real names, just like he couldn't figure out Anthem's real name. I'll give you a hint. There's not two L's in Lugia's name.
My
There's
God.
two I's. Oh yeah, my bad. I should have just done that from the start.
Wow.
Moira.
I actually don't get it either, though.
Okay, well, you have to look at the way Val spelt it. I was thinking of the Resident Evil character. I have no idea who those guys are. Lugia or Moira.
Let's
Oh, my break is over.
see.
Let me unbreak myself.
Oh, I get it.
I think Val also gets it now. He's probably just overthinking it.
Oh my God,
Please,
that's funny. That's funny. How the fuck did I get it immediately, Val?
Yeah, I don't know how he like wrote that and was like, huh.
Didn't understand.
Like you literally got the first letters of the name correct and everything. I really don't. Well, I'll give you a hint. Instead of being excited and saying one word, they would have no emotion and say, Wahoo. And let's go.
I'll give you a hint. Starts with an S.
Oh. No fucking way. I still don't know how you didn't see that after typing Moira. I was like, okay, Moira, I understand, but maybe Lugia. I was like, are you serious?
Lugia gave it away.
It was like, it looks exactly like fucking Luigi. I banged my death. Oh wait, you want it. You want it, don't you? Here, you can have it. Come on.
Ow. Why does everything do half damage here?
I don't know. Maybe we're not supposed to be here yet. What?
I stole it from you.
You clever little sneak. How did I not get it?
Oh, come on, really?
Already? Right. Already? Oh.
Oh, he's stuck.
Nice. Excuse me, senpai.
I banged my death.
Oh fuck! What the hell?
Why is there
Okay,
just...
that was dangerous. That was dangerous. Where did you come from?
Okay, it's the Babam that's just casually strolling.
Oh yeah, true. He actually is.
Oh. He got mad because he touched him like a real Babam.
Yeah. Yep. He actually hit my horse at the first hit. I can't believe I got fooled.
You never should betrayed us.
You got fooled by the bros. Oh wait, is this guy? I think this guy is an item, no? This guy is the. Oh wait, no.
Yeah.
This is the other one. Is the one standing over the bridge. That gives the item, right? No,
I
this guy,
think
yeah,
so.
this guy.
Plant aggro.
Oh man. Oh wait, there's an item right here.
Alright, time for reload.
Time to draw Mario and Luigi in black coats.
Yes.
Next,
Commissioned by
sitting
Square
next to Val.
Enix and Nintendo.
Oh, true, actually. I feel like there was a crossover, or someone drew like crossover art like that at one point, simply because of Yoko Shimomura.
Amora is.
was
Okay,
trying
you
so
know,
hard to find
you know what's
something.
funny? I totally forgot Nomura worked on Final Fantasy VII.
Oh,
Like,
dude.
like both versions now of the game, which
Yeah.
is funny to say.
Mm-hmm.
But I forgot about the original. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
it makes sense why Knights of the Round is so long. Nomura made
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that video. I'm just a goblin, please. It's literally you when you get back. Just fucking annihilate.
Boom. I didn't even know that that was a summon until I saw the video.
Yeah, it's the final summon you get.
Not Bahamut?
Nope, you get Bahamut pretty early.
Oh.
You get Bahamut like, I think like partially through this 2 or something like that. It's like near the beginning of this 2. But Knights of the Round you get literally at the end of the game.
You're not supposed to clean fish things beyond
I have enough for what, 2 level ups?
Remove some of the floaters since they're
X and Arcane. Holy.
Oh.
I was trying
I
so
spilled water
hard
on my laptop
to
The
find
water-
some Kingdom Hearts character. I almost thought it was like Luxord or something. No. Don't squander your time, Val.
Cray just said that she spilled water on her laptop.
Must have been from all the Roblox.
No. Well, I could ask her if she was playing Roblox, and if she says yes, I'm gonna actually bust out laughing. Because that's the type of shit I would have said to her, like, years ago. I've been like, Were you playing Roblox? Is that the reason why you knocked it over? I'm sure would have said yes. Wait, where the fuck did you come from? He just joined in.
He got killed.
He was also attacking him. Yeah, he did get killed. I miss him. Underrated character. Luxord? Yes.
No, you won't miss him.
Roy doesn't miss him. You might miss him though. Oh my, wait. Val, oh my god, I want to tell Val about this cutscene so bad, but I can't because spoilers.
Wait, which one?
Oh my god. Someone goes overboard and flies off the ship.
Oh my. Yeah.
That scene is so fucking funny.
Yeah.
For no reason. Like, the way he just flips. I don't know what it is about the fucking organization members getting bodied by random Disney characters, but it's so funny.
Oh god.
Like, why are they getting bodied like this? This is not supposed to be happening. I would have loved to see Beast beat the shit out of Zaldin, though.
True. But
That would've
Zaldin
been
kept
entertaining.
running. And using his stupid flower as a shield.
Ah!
Wind, protect me! Sora!
Wins, guard me.
Oh, you went to the grotto.
Where's-
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, where the fuck did you go?
My bad. Yeah, I disappeared into the mist.
You did. Yeah, I won't rest at it. I don't need it.
Oh. Oh. Oh, man.
God, what the fuck? Oh,
What is that?
God.
Oh, where did you come from? Oh, I fell down again. Oops.
Ah, hands.
Really? What was that purple thing? Oh.
Fuck, I ran out of flame bolts. He can hit me through there? What?
Ooh,
The hands!
of course. Hey, now.
Time to
We
void.
should be able to kill these hands, can't we?
Yes, Val. Time to join the real organization, the Void.
Yeah.
Damn.
Well, Royal Magic.
Never seen
What's the
that
difference
one.
between regular magic and Royal Magic?
I think it does more magic damage,
Okay.
which is just stupid.
Time to void, says Val.
Yep.
As usual. Stooping as usual, I see. I can't see shit in this game.
Really?
I have my brightness set to 100.
I forgot you don't have the
I don't have
blue.
blinds.
Well, that and you don't have the like bright lantern mod.
Oh, yeah. Even still, it's like... Oh, wow, really? Okay, game, surely. Surely I'll take that.
What happened?
Go to the treasure chest.
Oh wow. I guess Goku was here.
Hey, it's me, Goku.
The next time we
Carry.
play Lethal Company, I'm gonna make my Bracken Goku.
Maybe like a shot glass or less. She says she spilled on her laptop. I guess it got in the keys.
Rip.
I would just hold it upside down.
Yep. And maybe put some rice on it afterwards.
She's like, I have to study for exams, so I really can't wait for 4 days for it to fully dry. I've been doing it. Yeah, I mean, it's not like she doesn't have common sense, so.
No.
Nice.
I only pull that out when enemies are just annoying.
Well, also, that guy is just far away, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's the first time I've seen you miss that jump.
I know, right? And it's like for some reason I just didn't have enough momentum to make the jump, even though I was holding down the run button.
Oh, I see. I see why.
Did you almost die, or did you die?
I might be dead. It's because the branch. Okay, oof. The branch has like a weird hitbox. It was like not letting me go forward. I almost jumped off.
Oh, yeah, I did jump a tad bit early, but even still, it kind of like pushed me backwards.
Yeah, that's what it was doing to me. It almost pushed me down. Oh, it's a Valier. I get to murder him again.
Five of his life. Three Among Us time. Oh. Interesting. There was nothing over there though, right? I just died for nothing.
Yeah.
It's just an ingredient. Alright. Look at all these items.
I love kicking Val's body.
Radon spear. And what do you think the enemy behind you is gonna be?
Maybe an Estelle.
That's what I was thinking too. We were both wrong.
The blighted blue beastman.
Cleaver.
Jesus. It's like a fucking truck though.
He wants to run away. Yeah, this is what you get.
Killed him with my roll. Get fucked.
You killed him with your roll?
Yeah, because I have the Briar armor, so my roll does
That's hilarious. Well, got bodied. Did anyone injure Mag? Did not get someone to take care of that ASAP. Here we go again with my boss asking people to do shit and people not doing it, or people not asking them to do anything. They just don't do it. For example, today, someone was like, "Can someone put in a snow ticket for me?" Which is just like a service thing. For blah 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 blah. This is the same guy who asks to put in a snow ticket all the time because for some reason there's some lock-on account that prevents him from doing this, right? So every single time he's asked for someone to do it, it has been me volunteering. So I was like, okay, let me wait for 3 minutes to see if anyone will say anything.
Of course, no one does.
No one says a single thing. And I'm like, really? There's zero way. So I just said, okay, I'll do it as usual. And then I get a phone call, and the issue that was happening was like that was the same phone call, or that was the same guy who called eventually. What the hell?
Whoa.
And I know, I've never seen him in here. So I'm like, okay, hi. And then this guy's like, yeah, I've been waiting for a snow ticket for like 10 minutes and I need to go somewhere. Like, it's... And I'm just like, oh shit. So what happened was that the guy who asked for help must have told him like a while ago that he was gonna put in a snow ticket for him. And I'm like, why did you tell him that? And then I'm like, oh great. So now this guy is irritated, and I decided to wait 3 minutes thinking that it would just teach people to do something, and it doesn't. It has like the opposite effect.
Of course.
So I'm gonna complain to my supervisor about it. I'm not gonna let my cousin know because my cousin's probably part of the fucking problem.
Damn.
Like, why aren't you assisting him? Why do I have to do it every single fucking time? Why am I the only one who's able to do it?
They're gonna fuck it up for you guys and then just make it where like you're being watched 24/7 doing the job.
Probably, but you know, we're adults, so they can't really do that. But I'm sorry, Bird. I'm not sorry. We'll see.
It's not that hard to just be like, oh, I'll do it.
It's not that hard to put in a snow ticket, really. It takes like 2 minutes. Like, what is your issue?
Now, if he was dropping like 30 MAC addresses, I'd be like, okay, like, see why. But it's like something that's 2 minutes max. Not that bad.
Oh, God. I kept it up right. I kept it up right keyboard side near the near heater as well. Sniffs. I hope baby girl falls through so I can
Well,
finally study.
She shouldn't leave it near heat.
Oh, okay. My friend says.
Because what the heat will do is it'll dry it up, which is fine, but you don't want it to dry up on the board and then short circuit something.
Yeah. Not good. Wow, there really are 3 bosses right next to each other, huh?
Ow! Fucking Chaz.
What hit you? Oh, Chaz.
Yeah. Weren't getting it off again.
Dead. Oh, right. Oh, wow, really? Okay. Bro, and who are you? Oh, you're just a fucking... Bro. First of all, get the fuck out of here. Who do you think you are? Who is this dude? Roy, who is this dude? Who are you? Oh my god. I'm so glad I got on the horse for that. Bitch. Okay.
Alright, I'm back.
I'm inputting directions. What is happening?
Dead.
Roy, who is this asshole? Oh my god. Who is this pink asshole? He's not even on a
Oh
horse.
my god. Oh my. Whoo! Okay, this guy hurts.
Yes, he does. He got me comboed by the other guy too.
He's gonna fucking chase
You're
me.
pissing me off.
I'm trying to come
Why
help
are
you.
really keep that off? Don't worry about it. Just kill that thing first.
Watch out, watch out, watch out. He went after you.
Well.
Okay, there we go. I got him aggroed on me now.
Okay.
Enjoy Moog's blood. He keeps trying to go back. Oh.
Who is this guy?
God.
I've never fought this boss before.
Yes, you have.
Where?
He's in the DLC. He's in the little fort past the undead dragon where all the guys are like trying to fight it.
Oh, that's this dude?
Yeah.
Oh my god. I'm like, I don't remember this dude.
Is he actually a boss right now? Or is he just an
Yes.
enemy? Oh god. I'm dealing with this
He was on the other side of the guy.
fucking
And he just
sentinel.
ran straight up to me and started the fight. I'm like, what the hell? I don't remember this attack. Bitch. Oh, come on now.
There we go. God, that thing hurt. I had to use the crossbow. He was not letting me get near him.
Yeah. Alright. I have to play range now because I ran out of heals. Nice. Oh my god. Jesus. Yeah, I knew that thing would be easier to fight. But, oh my
18,000?
God.
Wow, cheap.
Cheap. What did your friends say I should do? Most people online say I should just take it apart and dry it manually. but I'm scared of taking it apart and being unable to put it back together again. Tell him I'm just a girl held together by duct tape and dreams.
So you're just Shion. God.
He remembers. I'm not gonna say he knows that. I'm just gonna say he remembers you.
I mean, what? She obviously has a MacBook, right?
No, she doesn't.
Shocking.
No, that's not shocking.
What does she have then?
She's got like a Windows laptop. I can't remember what it was. But it's, one of those Windows laptops.
Oh, like the
I'll just say that.
cheap ones.
Yeah. Kind of cheap.
Yeah. I mean, then it shouldn't be too bad to open, but I understand. And my actual response is, you've come this far, and still you know nothing.
Yeah. He says all the steps you took already are fine, just don't hold it near heat. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Right, now let me check my Uber.
Uber
4 minutes away. Okay.
And this sword would hurt in real life.
Oh wow.
It would just
Paul.
rip, tear skin. I guess I'll go on ahead. Embrace. Oh, it's a snail. It is no more. And of course it would have that. Wow. Arrow. Alright, what's over here? I need more bolts. I'm gonna have to buy some. Oh god. The meat man. Meat. Oh god. Aggro. The crab. What the fuck? What did that much damage? Oh, it's the bird. There you go. Oof. That was weird. Why did it say I can open that? Oh. Oh, so this is how you sneak past market. It's just camping there. Let's see, any dragons camping near here? Isn't it like right here for the graces? Oh no, it's a little bit more up. Oh. Whoa! Oh fuck, I didn't notice that guy. Oh, he's chasing me. Wait, where'd the Val's super skeleton? There we go. Got him. Get my free healing. Okay, there we go. Gotta put more points into mine. His health was glitched for a second. I could have sworn there was an item in one of these craters. But maybe I was wrong. Oh god, there's a bird. Why does he have so much health? A lot of bullets. Die. Yeah, I'm having health desync. I guess it's because I'm too far away from Gate. Oh, you know what? I guess while he's doing that, let me get the input overlay working again. Oh, I do. Wait, I do have it. Huh. Oh, they are there. Wait, so maybe do I just have it turned off? No, it's just not loading file correctly. Uh, Files. Oh, because it does this. If I hit cancel, it shouldn't save that, right? But extract here. What if I hide it and then unhide it? Oh, okay, no, it. Why do they have it like this? Fucking fold it within a folder. Alright, now that I should chill, right? It's still not showing it though. Hmm. That shows. Let me see how that looks. Oh, window. No, not old. You can't just like. Okay, here we go. So that I can at least see what it looks like without having to change my OBS shit. I mean, I feel like that works. It blends in with the dark HUD. There's so many. Why are there like many different ones? Then there's the white one which I had. Um, then there's just this one which says show player. I don't know what that means. And there's a clear one, it's just through no matter what. Then the black one, which isn't really black. But I'll leave it like that to blend in with the HUD. There. Now you guys can see my inputs again. I need to ask the creator of the Dark UI if he's gonna do the 16:10 preset. But I also want to ask him to like merge the HUD colors, or not the HUD colors, but like the health bar design from the mod I was using before, which was like transparent HUD or something like that. But I can always ask him. Fucking elementals. Guess I'll check down here. Doesn't seem like there's any nonsense here. This. Even though I'm kind of not looking forward to Night Rain, I kind of am, just to try it out. So can't wait for that. Because even if I don't like it, at least I can say I tried it. Who knows? Maybe in the full version of the game, you know, seeing everything and trying everything, I'll like it. I didn't get to try the beta though, but that's okay. Oh god, there's a Crucible Knight next to that plant too. I'm not even gonna bother.
Is it safe to unmute? Maybe. How much stuff did you get?
Not a lot. I just went up the hill. I'm checking like the holes. The craters, I mean, from these fucking giant ass ballista bolts. Oh god.
On the side, yeah, I think so.
There's a fucking tree sentinel, or not a tree sentinel, Crucible Knight.
Going the way into Lingo?
No, but I want to kill it, just in case. But of course, an ad plant has to be here. Oh my god, you do so much damage, bro. Look at him, input reading that I need to heal. You missed me.
Did you kill the guy who was Margit?
No, I avoided him. Because I wanted to see them together. I pieced up this Crucible Knight. For only 3,000, damn. There wasn't a lot of items here. Come here, you stupid plant.
Okay, Ray says thank you.
You're welcome.
And she said she's gonna try turning around in 2 minutes. That was like probably 4 minutes ago. I know I should wait for as long as possible, but my exams. I mean, I spearhead that type of shit. I don't care, honestly.
Yeah.
Like if I spill water on my laptop, I'll be like, oh shit. Make sure all the water got out, and then I'm like, okay. Anyways.
Yeah.
Little invisible horse.
Oh, nice.
Did you kill the Crucible Knight already?
Yeah, I killed everything.
Okay. Alright. Time to see wherever the fuck this guy is.
Yeah. Watch him just be a crab or something.
Yeah, he usually is.
Oh.
Oh wow. For once, it's not a small animal. Just as bodyable, though.
I feel like we always get one of these assholes here.
Nah. Two of them.
He tried so hard to jump.
Yeah. Sorry, but my blood was faster than your jump.
Yeah.
My boss asked everyone, "Is this store completed?" They uploaded the photos, and then he's like, "At everyone, look up." After I posted, or rather, then I posted, "This store checked out," because I called the checkout. So I'm like, well, obviously I don't have the answer, and no one's responding to him still. Like, what are you people doing?
What the fuck? Phone calls will be made.
I just had a phone call, so somebody else called this guy in, because what is your malfunction? My cousin's on his break, so again, what are these people doing?
You fuck.
I hate how much damage it does.
It's
Shoot
the
that's the thing.
second one I'm killing too. I pushed it into yours. Oh. Cold wind.
But also, my boss asked this while I was on the phone with the other guy, so again, what are these people doing?
Beats me.
Basically. Oh, never mind. What did this guy have? Oh, he didn't check.
Which guy? Oh, the shop? No, I did not.
Well, it's checking out, but his 9 and 10 is offline. It was offline before he got to the site. It was just noted in the ticket I did. Oh, so this guy, my boss is hounding people, and no one wants to volunteer to speak up, but my cousin is on the call with the other guy. That's what happened there. And my cousin isn't responding yet because he's busy, of course.
Still on the phone.
Right.
Die.
Surprised we killed it by striking downwards when it's up.
Yeah.
Frame one hit. Let's go. Dead. Now.
Stupid bet.
Tricks of the play. Honestly, what is my boss doing though? Like, really? He's like, guys, this guy uploaded photos. Is he checking out? No one responds because no one knows the answer. And then he double pings. I show that I myself was busy with my own checkout call. Then he double pings. That leaves 3 people left. But no one is responding to him. So that begs the question, what's happening? Oh, great. And then I guess he just can't surmise the fact that maybe someone is working on this.
Yeah.
But it's the fact that he expects a response while someone is busy. Like, dude, why are you hounding that bad? Like, how long has it been since this guy uploaded photos?
Who fucking knows? Oh, buy that key.
Like, I need to know actually. So he said 12:35 he sent this message. When did this guy upload photos?
Ooh, I actually ran out of bolts, so having blood loss bolts kind of nice.
Mm. The photos were approved at 1:41 p.m. by my cousin. This guy sent the message at, and so in the system time, it's 1:41, but in reality, it's 2:41 when my cousin does the approval.
Yeah.
My boss sent this message at 2:35. It was 6 minutes in between that.
Jesus.
Like, relax.
I'm sure someone's on it. Damn, bro.
In fact, hang on a second, because you can look at the timestamp of the picture too, because it says thumbnail 2025-0306 101921. So that's year, month, day, and then I guess hour.
Probably.
No, it's not hour because it went from 10 to 11. It went from 10, like 101 to 110. That's like, there's no way. So, because it's a 6-digit number for time. I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Unless they mean like 1 p.m., 19 minutes in. But no, that's not how that works, because you can't have 1 p.m. and then 108 minutes into 1 p.m.
Yeah.
I think it has to do with the milliseconds of the day. In which case, just take off 2, and that's what, 1019. And then how much is that? How many minutes is that? Oh, 1 millisecond or 1000 milliseconds is 1 second. So I don't fucking know. I'm not gonna figure this out right now, but I am gonna get something to eat.
All right.
I'll be right back. And my mom is going to give me a mouthful about what I'm going to eat.
Yeah, I don't have enough bolts. A shotgun. Hey, everything's going great. Yes, Lily William. Boom. Boom. Who the heck is my... Oh, it's right there. I hope you are not a robot. Had too many of those. How do you get there? Oh, right, I have to go all the way around. Hopefully this guy doesn't aggro. He didn't. Oh god, is that a dog or a troll? It's a troll. Oh, I'm dead. Oof. Okay.
Yeah, I'm back. I'll do it until I get called again. I'm muted.
Yeah.
Alright.
That's what you get.
Where are you?
I went to the Erd tree, or like the minor Erd tree.
Did you kill the
The
things
Estelle
over there?
again? No, I ran past the Estelle. But
No, I mean, did you kill the things over there, like the the group of mobs, or the mob over there?
One was a fucking troll.
Man.
I shot him right in the face as he was about to slam down his sword.
My mom was like, "What did you have? What did you order? It's so heavy." Which I predicted, which is why I didn't want her to touch it. And I just told her it was a salad and a sandwich.
Which is a lie. That is a damn lie. It's actually.
I tell straight faced lies like that all the time.
No, I don't want artwork.
Oh. Dragon. Why was that just white? Why was that just a white item?
Yeah, I know.
Because the leading item was white, I think that's why.
What I do want is you to get that ass banned.
Get that ass banned.
Gosh.
Oh, really? Oh, hey. I didn't realize you were assassin for some reason.
That was a fresh account game. Like,
wow.
It was created an hour ago. These fucking fake artists need to get a life.
I'm saying.
Oh god. Oh my god! What the fuck was all of that?
It's just those two spamming. It's just those two spamming. They're dead. They're so fucking dead. Because I couldn't handle any one of them because they kept saving each other from me.
Like, damn, I come to help you, I get hit with magic, and then you just get sniped by insect.
Okay.
Like, alright, bitch. Come here. Yeah, that's what you get.
This assassin won't leave me the fuck alone. That was really pissing me off. Like, I'm so mad that they have the time to... This game is so, like...
What is she attacking?
I don't use this word often, but this game is so gay for that. Oh yeah, we're just gonna knock you off the horse, but we're gonna have you run to the player from years away. He should have enough time to get the fuck up. Nope, he doesn't. die. And then look at you. Where are you? Where's this guy at? Down the hill?
Yeah, he's right here. They're both right here.
Fuck out of here. Punk ass bitch. You running from?
Yeah.
Oh, come on, game.
Wow, I didn't give it to you even though I just hit him in place.
I guess not. Game, really? Come on now. What is this? Alright. This is where I put this on.
Whip. Coof whip. Like Stewie used to fucking do. You ever seen that or like those episodes of Family Guy?
No.
Oh my god.
Oh wait, you mean cool whip?
Yes.
Oh. Yeah.
I love how they just kept that as a running gag. There was an episode where Peter found the whip and he goes, "Nice whip," and he just smacks him with the whip.
Wait, who is he smack with the whip? Stewie?
Yes.
Oh my god.
He just fucking whips him.
Yeah, even Vinny, when he's making a family, like when he's saying stuff with like a WH in it.
He does it on
what's the
purpose.
person like? He says it like Stewie.
Oh my god. I hate that so much.
Stomp, yeah, stomp, stomp. I knew you were gonna stomp. Well, I think you were gonna stomp. That's it.
Oh, it's that one? Nice try. Haha.
Yeah.
Knocked him down just by hitting him with the fucking armor while you hit him with blood.
Yeah. Blood.
We still don't have
everywhere.
damn
See what?
2 great runes.
Mm. Oh, really?
Yeah.
You just brought me back to reality.
Blood
Where the fuck
everywhere.
is it? I'm guessing it's in Caelid somewhere. Or do we not have one at all?
We have none. Right?
Mm.
Yeah, we have
That's the
none.
first time. Maybe we just rushed. Maybe that's the reason everything's doing come up. Damn, because we rushed here. That's the only thing I can think of.
Cool. I bet they're in the DLC, knowing the sea.
Oh, wait, I didn't think about that. I honestly wasn't even thinking about that. I mean, maybe, but I also feel like then. I mean, I feel like one is definitely.
It's either Caelid or the peninsula, unless we did the entire peninsula.
No.
Yeah. We always skip it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have enough to level up. Damn. Blood everywhere. Scarlet Cyclone. Damn, we have like no physique tiers either.
No. Whoa, that went far.
Damn.
Doesn't even use that much magic. I just have low magic.
Same. I should probably start doing FP. What happens if you don't fully charge it? Wow.
Hmm. Hmm. Probably just less damage.
Probably.
All right, well, where's this?
I'm not even sure. Let me look at
Hmm.
the map. We can't get up there. I
Gotta
mean,
get my runes.
there's also Gelmir.
Mm-hmm. That's true. I can't believe I forgot to pick up my runes.
Mm, mm. I guess we can do Kaled. Rather not do
Okay.
Gelmir.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh my god! Already shooting at me, dude.
They were trying to spam again. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
what's
I had to
funny
warp somewhere just
is,
to not get killed.
yeah.
Hmm?
What's funny is that person that like followed me. I like that their account literally says account created an hour ago. Like damn. They're
I
they're
don't know.
they're getting smart, kid. This one started with, "Hey, everything is okay."
Hmm.
Eh,
Question mark? Or no?
No question mark. It had an exclamation mark. And then the second
That's weird.
message was, "Oh, by the way, I'm an artist. Add me on Discord and blah blah blah. I could really help you make a banner."
Mm-hmm.
Nice two-frame horse.
Hmm. What? I'm trying to kill myself. That was not damage. Fuck out of here.
Ha! Racism in Elden Ring.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, you wasted a key for that.
Hmm. Or did I? I did.
Dragon Great Claw. Is that bat dead? It is.
Which
Oh,
one?
that's funny. It's just stuck on the tree.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my screen, his body is just on the tree.
Yeah, his body is nowhere near that for me. Well, it is, but like it's not. Oh, there it is.
Oh, the graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
X. Oh. Shadow Sunflower Blossom. Why is that gold? Oh, that's the
Because that's the
hammer.
boss weapon.
Yeah. The name of it did not like sound very weapon-like at all.
Mm. I just saw it and I was like, oh, I know what this is.
Yeah. It's the bonk
I'm all too
flower.
familiar.
Bow. Oh my gosh.
Grown.
All these vowels, what the heck?
I just went to watch Val kill the other Val. Did I eat the other half of the Subway sandwich? No, later.
Later.
No, I'm actually pretty hungry still. Oh boy.
I go bought some more bolts. So now I do blood loss with bolts. You. Oh, you're watching them.
Yeah.
Does that knock spells away?
I wonder.
Or does it just
I'm
yeet
not
them
sure.
to the void?
I'm not sure. Let's see what it does to enemies. Dollar. Oh wow. Oh wow.
It destroyed that fucking slime. Left him on 1 HP.
That's a really powerful spell.
Oh yeah, use it on Bubble Boy. That's what he gets.
No. No.
Oh, it didn't give it to either of us.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I might be dead. Ooh. A red Val came from nowhere.
Mm. Get cheesed out by the wall. He got cheesed so hard by the wall, it was really funny. Nice try. But I saw you approaching me, but then my friend approached you.
A fucking whip there too.
Sit the fuck down. Damn bird. Damn, I killed it before he even landed.
Yeah. Big death bird.
Why does this feel like this is barren? Like this patch of land is missing a lot more texture?
It does feel like that.
Huh. Dog?
Ow. Oh my god. That thing always hits hard.
What does?
Mantis. Damn.
Wow, good. Nice.
Oh god, there's something with a big health bar inside of that fort.
Mm.
What? Yeah, dodge that. What? Why didn't it give you the backstab?
He turned to hit me, that's why.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, that's what's big.
He's trying to move.
He is. Look at him, look at him. Oh my god. Do
Jeez,
not
it's
get
so
hit by
big for
him.
no reason. I dodged it early. Shit. Oh, he's going after you. Fuck. All off, please.
Oh, what the fuck? He does multiple? I never knew that.
What's with the poison?
Thank you. I couldn't lock on to him for whatever reason.
Me neither. Everything else was being targeted like he wasn't a fat ass hitbox.
Yeah. I had to just wait till he got in front of me and shot him.
And gold item. Hey, ooh, that's what we like to see. Haven't seen that item in a minute.
Oh wow. Jumpu.
Honestly, if you go around the corner, you would think that you make that jump.
Oh yeah, I see.
What is that? I really want to jump to it.
Isn't it just the other side?
It is the other side, but you know, I really want to try and jump to it.
Oh nice, slightly sideways horse.
What? Alright, because I touched the fortress.
Damn, but like, where is that other side? Oh, it must be like where the ladder is at.
Yeah, it's around. You jumped?
Good, I touched that corner pillar and got off my horse.
Yep.
It almost got me
Same
killed.
as you. Where did you get a vessel? Same as you. Alright, I'm gonna chill up here and eat.
Eat. He needs to eat his sandwich.
Wait, there was an invisible hitbox there. Maybe not.
Oh, maybe the guy killed was invisible for you?
No, I saw him, but like after you killed him, there was something targetable inside of him.
Oh.
Hmm.
Skinny sort.
This game is so annoying. How do we get on that side? Oh, I see. And not only do you have to have a skinny waist, but you have to have skinny legs too. Wait, how do you get on that side? I don't remember how to get over there.
On which side?
Up there on the left. Bullshit gold item.
Don't you just run across the side?
No, there was not. There was no space.
Sure, you don't just jump across.
Where's the ladder?
Oh
up
wait.
again?
Oh, I see. You jump from the
Other
top
side,
part.
maybe? Are you sure I didn't see any like thing that led down?
Right here.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant further up the tower.
Boing. I think that's everything in here, right? Yeah.
You missed a butterfly.
Oh boy. Gotta catch them all. Speaking of,
What the hell? Why
when
is that
does
there?
the new Pokemon game come out?
Who the fuck knows? Oh wait, no, I know. They said late 2025.
Oh damn.
They were like, we're sorry. Late 2025. Okay.
Sorry, we lied.
As long as there's a reason to push it back. Instead of just serving as trash.
True.
Alright, why don't we ease on down? Oh god. Sorry, that was way too off key. Ease on down the road. There we go. I don't know why I was off key. Ugh. I hate that I was off key when I started that. I knew how I wanted to sing it, and then my brain was like, nope, you're gonna sing it high.
Off key.
Yep.
Kingdom Hearts.
Oh.
But it's off key.
Yep, that's Kingdom Hearts Unchained Key.
Oh my goodness. 3 messages at once? A new record.
3 messages.
Yeah. They said, hey, what's up? How are you doing? Hello.
Bro, give me some time to respond, jeez.
Let me respond. I am not computer.
Huh.
How's your stream going on? It's going on through OBS. Do you play other games too, or stick to this one? No, I play other games. But this one is my main game.
Oh, come on, game!
He tried to dodge it.
I did, but the text was in the way.
That's good to know. Let me change this back to what I had before. Edit the tweet. Where are you from, man? New York. Not from Boston. Wow, you hit both of us.
I didn't mean to use that.
Oh, knocked him back.
Nice. He's got a good knockback then.
Oh, nice. Well, I'm from Ohio, though. By the way, am I new to Twitch streaming? No.
Huh.
Been streaming for like at least 8 years.
10 years.
Maybe 10.
Oh, yeah, since 2019. Actually, 27. No, it was like 2016.
Yeah. 10 years, just about.
I only know that because I was looking at your highlights one day randomly. I wasn't trying to look for them, but it like just gave it to me.
It just kept popping up. Yeah, it does that.
Yeah, and it was like, and I was listening to you talk about you were playing Minecraft, and you were like, I'm going to quit this seed if I die, and it was like a hardcore seed, and The way you died was hilarious. I can't remember what it was. Like you got poisoned or some shit in a mine, and then you're trying to escape, but like you just couldn't make it out.
Yeah.
Damn it! Oh, you can hit him.
Whip. Hey, dick.
Oh, nice. We came out of this, yeah. Okay, good.
We came in through the Chaz way.
Buddy.
Yeah.
Yep, the Chaz body. No. Alright, they all open up after you. Relax, bitch.
Oh, nice. I killed Val and he didn't want to die for a second.
Oh, good. I just had to kill that other guy to sync it up.
Yeah. That's cool. Well, like, I have just seen your profile. It seems fine and cool. Thank you. Thank you.
Yo. Annihilated.
Yeah.
Charge. Fire.
Annihilate Jar, annihilate Jar. Yo. Like, why does he say it like that? Just go.
Yo. I don't know. This is random. I wonder what he says. Ooh. I wonder what he says. Wow, wait. That's a curved sword too, isn't it?
Wait, what'd you get? He
No, it's
dropped an
not.
item?
He dropped a Shotel like plus 25. Yeah, Vulgar Militia Shotel plus 25. And it's apparently stronger than the Blood Shotel plus 24.
What?
Hang on. Blood Shotel is 193 plus 106 physical, and then of course there's the Blood Loss. And then the Vulgar Militia one is 296 plus 119.
Jesus.
The fuck?
But it's a halberd,
With
isn't
the
it?
scale and... No, it's a... Oh yeah, it is a halberd. What am I saying? I don't know why I thought it wasn't a halberd.
That's still better than the Shotel.
I know. Why is it so much better?
Bruh, I think you should make some changes with your stream to look more attractive for viewers. I mean, I don't really stream a lot, so I don't really feel a need to invest in that.
No!
AIDS!
Good.
Alright, we have to go all the way back.
Right? This way? Yeah, okay.
Well, why you
mean,
don't
you can
got
have-
any customized artwork for your channel though, which may attract new viewers, like the eye-catching logo, realistic banner, and some coolistic stuffs. I've never heard that word before. Coolistics. That's a new one.
It just has spinning slash on it. I mean, it's kind of ass.
I think you can change it though.
Yeah, you can. It's a regular. It's a
Oh, wait.
non-somber weapon. Wow! What? This
poisoned you
this
from
poisoned me. Yeah. It
Jeez.
went down.
It poisoned me, but I don't care. I have to stand in it. Oh
Mhm.
god. Really? There's a worm to the left that can tongue you through the wall.
Ooh.
He did that to me and almost killed me.
Huh.
And yeah, I don't know. I just seem like that's not worth it for someone who doesn't stream often.
No, it's okay. You can get it.
Time to release the valves.
Oh god.
Oh god, him again?
Yep, again. I get fucked up. You dropped the short sword plus 25.
What? He dropped a somber smithing stone 6 for me.
Oh, nice. He also dropped a congealed something. Congealed putrescence.
Oh no, he didn't drop that for me.
Mm. So now we just go this way?
Well, no, isn't this going back?
Yeah, but we're starting like back from the beginning and opening every single door, right?
Oh yeah, see, this is the drop down. Well, I
Mm.
guess if you wanted to do it like that.
Wow, body.
Yep.
Where are you going next? This
Yeah,
is the
no,
right
we just
way?
went in the circle because look, here's the guy we
Oh,
just
I
bodied.
see. Oh, yeah, true.
Oh my
So there's
god, what
nothing
is
else in
in
this room?
there?
Not Chaz, because he just came down here and we killed him. There's a serpent arrow in here, where Chaz came from.
Oh, it's a valve. I love how he's bones but reacts to fire.
Oh, yeah. But I guess because you can destroy bones in fire.
Oh fuck. By accident and drank my FP potion.
Oh.
Plus also I can't really get any of that because I play on ultra wide and it would just look weird. Please don't be the... Oh, I was just gonna say don't be this one.
Is there not any other one?
There's the one that
Like a
shoots in the
tornado?
sky.
Oh, yeah. So many Chads in here. Oh.
Yeah. Chaz's room in real life.
Yep.
Oh wow.
Oh. Wow, that was a lot of good weapons.
Yeah.
They made up for the plus 25s that they gave me only. I ran over this guy's body and his hand, like, threw up. It just threw itself up. That was hilarious. Is that it?
I think so.
Okay. So then that way.
There was a Banished Knight in here? Oh gosh.
I mean, we just got in here, didn't we?
Well, unless it's like the dead
Oh, fuck.
bodies.
Game.
Oh. Wait, it gained health? What?
What?
On my screen it had like no health and then it gained health.
Yeah, it's missing some health right now.
This is this one. I'll call dog the jumper. They'll do no damage, but it'll just be funny. Yeah, jump away from that.
Yep. Another one. Okay, well, we have enough to do the 4 belfries now.
Nice. Jump and jump.
Remember when we started here?
Yeah.
In the entrance right now?
I was pain.
Mm-hmm.
The guy hasn't updated the entrance rando in a while.
Mm.
I wonder if he's ever gonna update it.
Not sure.
Oh,
Mm.
oh, oh. That was Gale Cave? Damn.
Gale Cave. You heard Charlotte say Gale horse, right?
Yes.
Gale horse.
I spammed that move so much during my playthrough. It's like one of her best magics because it just tracks and goes through walls.
That's the reason why it was memed to death, because literally you just heard her say that over and over again.
Yeah. After a while, I just tuned it out, and I was just like, my goodness.
Which is worse, Charlotte or Miriam?
Miriam for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Because at least Charlotte doesn't sound like a hawk.
Yeah. Miriam just is noises with everything. Yeah! Oh! Yeah! Yeah!
Yeah! I just imitated one of those and it just could not catch the audio. Ooh, Remembrance of the Sunflower.
Oh, wow. Ow.
I need to jump and explode!
No, I'm meat!
No, I need to sit and explode! Oh my god, what is with everything trying to... I need a screen clear right now. Wait, I got one.
We have one. Oh. If we can get it off. Oh, he's hitting me.
If I can get it, yeah.
Alright, meat man. Fuck you.
Now! Oh wait, this isn't what I wanted, but sure. Okay. Oh god.
You can't make that shit
dead.
up!
I'm dead! I can't get out. I can't get out.
I died. Oh my god, you can't make up the way I died though.
Stop pushing it forward!
Oh my god.
Oh, there's no way I lived. What? Please! Okay. There is no way I lived.
How'd you live it? I fucking died for no reason.
There is no way. Roy, if you saw what happened on my screen, like for the whole minute that you were dead, you would be like, there's no way that he survived that. Because I just stood there, not taking damage.
What? It didn't hit him?
Oh, I think I killed him, that's why.
Oh no, there's fucking
Or not.
Jump down.
Oh, he knocked me off the horse again with that stupid move. Stop knocking me off the horse.
Where he spits at you.
he did the oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. This is what we're gonna do, game.
Oh. What?
Just don't even go in there.
Oh, I see.
You! I like how you went ahead of me. I was like, don't go in there. And then this guy appears in front of me. This vanished knight who could teleport. Oh my god. Roy, you're trying to get me killed by 20 people. What the hell? They all went after me! Oh, you're so dead. Why are you alive still? Are you Who is still alive up here? Die! Are you kidding me? Roy, how'd you let like 3 of them get past you? What? Oh, and Taylor, of course.
I had to mute. There was nothing behind me, so it must have been enemy desync.
There were like 3 different enemies that just ran past you to get to me. And
I didn't see them. When I came in here, there was just the pot and the rat trying to attack me.
I was trying to tell you not to go in because I was gonna spam it. I was gonna spam the thing at all of them.
Oh wow, another one.
Yep, another one.
Oh my god, the way I died was like a comedic death. I was charging out ancient dragon lightning, and the
I
hands
saw.
came from literally nowhere and dived bomb at me and killed
Oh
me
my god.
instantly. It one
Yeah, and
hit.
then I did it, and then like I wasn't trying to hit that as the screen nuke though, because I knew I took forever. But the issue is that I accidentally had it selected, so I also used it,
Oh my
and
god.
I was getting beat the fuck up. And then I almost died, and then because you died, the hands had me trapped in a corner with a bunch of other enemies. I couldn't, but the hands were too big, so
Oh
they
my
couldn't kill
god.
me. So they were just sitting up, like they had, like they were just, you know how you have your hands sitting up,
Yeah.
like it'll be leaning on something sitting up. That's what it was doing on the wall,
Oh my god.
and nothing else could touch me because of that. And then some guy had a spear, of course, and then stabbed me, but I was able to heal, thank God, just in the
Jeez.
nick of time. This is garbage. I mean, this isn't bad for you though.
Oh. And garbage.
Really? The Dragon Great Bolt Infinite is not something you want?
Oh, the lightning great ball. I mean, yeah, I guess. It's too expensive though.
Isn't it just like 600?
It's 300, but the last time we played, I had it for like 40 or something like that. It was really cheap.
Hmm.
Why are there two Graces like right next to each other? I never understood
I don't
Caitlin's
know.
design.
So after I escaped from the hands, I had to escape from the entire set of enemies. And somehow I managed to... I took damage, but then I somehow just managed to
That
live. Oh wait, we came from here.
that was such a like Lethal Company moment. Like I'm
Yeah.
just trying to help you and I get killed by a bracken or something.
But I didn't need you to... I didn't need you to help me because I was like, oh wait, I got the screen nuke.
Yeah.
And then you just got... What was that? What the fuck?
What?
What? Why did that get punted so far?
What, the Val body?
The Val head, you know where the golden runes, the skulls of the golden runes are.
Oh yeah.
It just fell from a really high height, but it seemed like it was punted over
Oh.
here.
Oh damn.
Oh, were you trying to line it up?
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay.
Yeah, the Val heads
Alright.
do that sometimes.
Which one is this, Oreo or?
Oreo.
This is not Oreo, but Oreo one's on the bottom. I'm just gonna try a piece, and then I'm gonna have my actual cookie that I got with this. But
Cookie is the best.
and then I'm just gonna leave these two in the microwave or something. Oh, nice. That's why they came with spoons. Oh,
Yeah,
wait,
it's like in a big ass tree.
Yeah, yeah. But last time I got it, wasn't in. I think it didn't come with the fork.
Oh,
Or last time I got the cookie one, the chocolate chip cookie thing.
yeah.
Let's see the Oreo one. This looks like ew. Why is the cream like sticky like that? It's almost like tape
Ew.
or fondant. Oh my god, no. Roy, if I were to show you this, you'd be like, ew. This is kind of like marshmallow almost.
Oh, is it?
It might just be marshmallow. It's got the same consistency.
Damn.
I mean, like, it's okay.
He hates it. Kay hates it.
I do kind of hate it.
I knew it.
I'm gonna eat it, but not too frequently.
Get rid of these tissues.
Yeah, I remember the first time I had the cookie, the actual chocolate chip cookie one. I was I was like, I'll stop eating it, and I kept eating it. This I need to stop eating. This is not good for anyone. I'm eating my bubble cookie. For no reason. Mm. 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 I just I see that dragon tail over there. Yeah. If anyone's watching, the Oreo thing at Subway is just a line of marshmallow in between um basically a brownie. But it's more like chocolate cake. It's just like a long line of chocolate cake. And then with the Oreo cookies, like cake batter or cake mix instead of the other thing.
Okay, I'm back.
What did you say?
I'm back.
Oh, I was just about to go put these things away.
Okay. Oh, another bot got banned.
Yep. I have one in my chat too.
Oh, I wonder if it was the same one. Nope.
Oh my god. Jeez.
What the heck?
Wait, you know what? I have press this back.
Ha ha.
Oh, but I don't have my right. Okay. Where's yeah, let me retie my drawstring.
Alright.
My pants feel loose. Okay. All right, I'm good. You weren't here for it earlier, but I was saying that the cookie thing is just a line of marshmallow.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, it's just a line of marshmallow in like the little crevice that it has.
And crushed Oreos.
Yeah, sprinkled on top, and the whole thing is basically just a not dark chocolate, but it's a chocolate cake, like a rich chocolate cake.
Dang.
Because the cookie one wasn't really a cookie; it was more like cake. That's another reason why I didn't really care for it, because it tasted like cake, more like a cookie. Oh god.
Really? They they did yours wrong then.
No, I'm pretty sure it's just the way I'm able to taste things.
Cause I got the when I tried it, I got it from the subway near Coney Island, and it was literally like a long cookie in a tray. Like
Yeah,
it
I
even
mean,
had the
mine was
texture
like too, but
of a cookie.
also mine was like
Robbed.
too, but I don't like the way that Subway does their cookies anyways.
Damn.
Most of them at least.
Like
But
back
this-
blown.
Yeah, but this oatmeal cookie was great. I love how it just snaps to you.
Oh. Bully.
It's my turn to spin.
Oh, my back.
Not my back. Not sure if you saw the dragon that was over there.
No, I didn't.
I think it was a regular dragon. Ingval.
Playful strike.
Huh? Where? Oh,
Uh-oh.
right.
Never seen that Ash of War before.
I've seen it. I'm impressed with it.
Really? I mean, it says it heals
Yeah.
you and allies. It can't be terrible.
It's just a long move. A long-winded move.
Damn.
I didn't buy it, but I might buy it later for show. But then again, I can't really, even really use it. Is this a doula?
Smarag.
Who's Smarag again? It's the Glintstone Light Dragon, right?
I believe so.
Is this the one that's by Ronnie's house?
No, the one by Ronnie is... Oh no, it might be her actually. Yeah, it is. She's really...
Yeah.
Ow. I'm the monster
fuck
hunter, you.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, well, I guess I'm dead.
I'm so dead.
Oh. What? You're
Why
looking
me?
at me, but you shoot at him? Damn. What the fuck did Kane do to you?
A lot, actually. A lot of fucking damage, dude.
But she's like,
Get back over here, damn it.
I wish we had the grapple from Monster Hunter.
Or just being able to jump on top of this damn thing's ass, like. But yeah, the grapple would be nice. Are you done running away yet?
Oh, I hit her with one.
Die.
Bro, that can't hit me from that far. That's bullshit. Good.
Pissing me the fuck off with that. Oh, I'm gonna jump so far away so I can spam fire.
Like,
Every time. Okay.
one of the classes.
Why?
Why are you in the middle of the door? One of the classes in Night Range is literally a Monster Hunter class.
Oh.
Because they get the grapple hook.
Oh, right.
And you can literally just use it to grapple around.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good spells.
Oh, decent spells. Do I want Death Lightning? Do I want Frozen Lightning? Spear.
Sorcery of Wizard. Is that the one that you can just hold down the button and it'll just spam as long as you have FP?
Which one?
Golden Arcs?
I think so. Hello, doggy. Oh, I have yellow eyes now. For shame.
Damn.
No more Alexander's Genesis. Alexander's Genesis.
Dog.
Ruff.
He's coming through my mic. That's funny.
Yeah.
Ruff.
Ruff.
Egon. To the void.
I hate this thing. I'm not running.
Was this good? Calls down red lightning to bolster the caster and nearby ally.
Why is this thing so huge?
Oh, this is actually good. I guess I'll take that. I never understood like why you would ever use fire's deadly sin.
Me neither actually.
Oh, discus of light. I'll take that. I guess I get rid of this for this. Or actually, probably just this. Now I can do this.
Nice. What does this do again?
Boosts your damage negation for all status effects and stuff.
Right. Oh, okay. I see.
Oh, they kicked me out your world.
You want to know why I did that?
Why? Your game crashed?
Because the game crashed.
Why did it just crash like that?
I don't know, but when I said, I'm not sure if you caught it, but I was like, oh, I see. That was me. Like that wasn't me saying, oh, I understand what the spell does. That was me saying why.
Oh, okay. Fucking game. It was like, no, you don't get to know.
I bet I still have the thing on the effect.
Maybe.
Let's try.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Al didn't like his song.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He's gonna say his song in the distance is better.
And K is gonna be like, ugh.
I'm a little upset that they had to make a new melody from. I opened the room again, by the way.
Yeah, I'm joining. They do that too much. That was gonna be like, I like his theme in Kingdom Hearts 3 where it combines everyone's theme, and you're just gonna be like, oh god.
You mean like the 12 other themes that do that?
You're just gonna be like, oh brother.
They did it too much, in my opinion. I love you, Shimamura, but that was a bit too much.
Nomura being like, okay, people said it was too much, so now we're gonna do it even more.
This is death.
It is. This one is not. I'm alive!
What, did you save yourself by jumping? Oh, I see.
Yes!
Excellent.
Dead. There's nothing else.
Dead.
Yeah.
Nope.
Oh, wait. He's...
Bum, 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 bum. Da-da-dum. Ba-da-ba-bum, bum-bum.
Seldom farts.
Da-da-da-da-da. Oh, I didn't even get this. It didn't even save me spending my runes. Wow.
Oh wow, so you had to respend them?
Yeah.
Damn.
Oh. Violin. I'm pretty sure this is the subterranean cavern. Okay. First of all, dog. Second, dog.
First off, dog.
First off, you don't have the right. First off,
Damn.
die thou.
Oh, I need to teleport.
I gotta get out of here. I was out of the Scarlet Rot.
Good thing I have this.
Why is there no place to stand? What was that?
Plain cleanse me.
Oh yeah. Do I have it on me?
No, mine.
I don't know.
Shut up.
That Scarlet Rot almost killed me.
Oh god.
Why are you still firing?
Oh, bye.
I have to sit back.
It's dead.
Where is the way down? Is it not over here? All the way down?
Is it? Oh.
It is.
Oh.
Wait, is that it for the dungeon?
I think so.
Come on.
Heh.
Oh, you're so dead.
I'll beat its ass with a torch. Dun, dun, dun! How many times are we gonna get this song?
I don't know. Round. The only song with the electric guitar in it. For whatever reason, they decided to put electric guitar on that song.
Yeah.
It sounds good, but like, why?
Oh, ¿tú sabes qué? Chequea, yo no sé.
Oh my god.
Downstairs?
I
Espérate, yo lo-
I hate Toy Story World.
Why?
The robots. They're just too fucking
Yeah, they do
janky.
too much damage.
Yeah. I got to it. You know the first, like, when you first go in the Toy Story, you have to do like the survival section.
I think so, yeah.
It took me like 3 tries. Then after that, I went up to the 2nd floor because I was just getting chests and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And there was like 3 of them that spawned on me, and I ran for my life because I watched it as one by one my party members got knocked the fuck out.
Oh my god.
First it was Goofy, then Donald, then Buzz and Woody. And I was like, oh my god, get away from me. And it punched me and I died at full health.
God.
I was like, oh my god, I hate Zero Defense so much.
The pro codes. How does the scoring work? Because okay, I got through some fights with the pro codes on, not all of them, but some definitely. And I don't know if I got points from it or not.
So, from what I've heard, because I don't know, I see conflicting information. Either, it grades you on each major boss fight you do with how many codes you have on. But I've heard people say, like, it kind of does, like, a DMC-esque, like, I guess, point system where if you keep it on permanently and never turn it off, like, I guess your points stack up. Like, a multiplier, I'm guessing. But I also saw conflicting information that just said you only need to use them during boss fights and you can turn them off during regular play and be fine.
Yeah, I mean, because that's what it seems like. Because I was doing a bunch of like, what's it called? I was just doing a bunch of scenario fights, and I don't see anything about a code. I mean, about points anywhere. So I was like, oh well. I guess I'm just supposed to keep this on throughout the entire game, but I need to turn some off because, good lord, that was just annoying.
Yes.
But also, I know for a fact that you don't need to have the pro codes on for forever because why else would they recommend that you can take them off at certain points when you need to?
Yeah, so I'm thinking it's just that you leave them on during boss fights.
But even still, I have to look. You know what? Let me look at my guide. Let me look at my guide.
Because, oh my
Wow.
god. Like, Zero Defense is probably the worst, because it's just everything kills you. It truly is critical
It pisses me
mode.
off. That one pisses me off bad.
Yes. Oh, you got hit by a soldier, Heartless? Oh, sorry, he just insta-kills you.
Yeah,
Like,
okay,
come on.
Did I not make one for Kingdom Hearts 3? I guess I didn't. Okay, well, time to make a copy of the checklist guide for Kingdom Hearts 3.
Oh, you're using the Val guide?
No, I'm using the guide that I've been using for all of the games, because it's just a nice little like checklist on Google Sheets.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the one Val used.
Oh, really?
Because they did it
was
for
one
every
for Steam.
game. I only know
Yeah.
that Val possibly used it because I was just checking it like on Steam because I was like, oh, let me see like how good the guides are. And I saw it was like one friend favorited this guide, and it was Val.
Oh, I'm surprised it wasn't me. Hang on a second. Instructions. More tips, maybe? Well, it's leveling up quickly, but
Don't really need that. Just eat food.
yeah.
I love how you cracked the egg and then immediately just got it.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, just press the L. It's just press L1 and R1 at the same time after that. Or once you see the things like start to swirl. I got it immediately. I was like, oh, okay, I understand.
Yeah, I
At
wasn't.
first, I was like, huh.
I just find it stupid. Ooh, Pearl Drake tells me +3. Very nice.
Why isn't it telling me about... More tips should include stuff about the...
Ego. I guess let me clear out this ladder.
Alright, achievements.
Will this hit them? I wonder. Oh, they're too high up.
Earn all easy code merits. Reach the highest pro code merit rank. Right, okay. So how do I do that?
Okay, Val. What'd you get?
Yeah, I'm not actually sure yet. 5 years ago. Is there not anything from 5 years ago?
Old guide?
Any new guides? Because I know this DLC came out like 5 years ago, which is insane to me, but...
Yeah.
Oh, man. I need something more recent, please. You missed this guy.
The rat? No, he jumped off. Oh, over there. That.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh! Good. That's what that fucking rat gets. The only reason he ended up down there is because he tried to belly flop on me while I was on the ladder.
Sure. Tuh. Tuh.
Tuh.
Reach the highest Pokemon.
Also, I don't know what they mean by the easy code one either. Like, is that another playthrough? Like,
Yes, you need. So when you do the thing at the start, they give you the option to do pro codes, easy codes, or none.
I know what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna go in the DLC and easy code all the data fights.
All right, you completed the DLC. Blah 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 blah.
But
Pro
it's
codes
bad
are
enough.
restrictions.
I gotta replay the game on critical just for Oblivion.
Yeah. Now it's time to wait. You took some time and obtained all the easy merits. Now it's time to risk it all and partake in the most challenging playthrough of Kingdom Hearts 3 has to offer. Pro codes are restrictions you place on yourself to basically make the game harder. There are 13 restrictions in all. You are awarded points depending on which codes you have on during specific boss fights. Okay. This is going to be pretty lengthy as there is a lot to cover, and I want to make sure that there's all in one place so people don't have to go all over the internet looking for the different parts. Your pro code run should be the first thing you go for, as you will need to do the Rewind DLC in 8 out of 11 of the data battles as part of it anyway. What?
Oh my god. No! I could maybe do Vanitas, maybe. But, oh god, doing Marluxia or fucking Ansem?
Those are fun. I mean, just
Oh.
don't take literally just don't take damage. I think that most of those fights you can get away with not taking damage, but your pro code run should be this first thing you go for, as you will need to do the Rewind DLC in 8 out of 11 of the data battles as part of it anyway.
Oh
Once you
god.
completed that, you'll only have a small few battles left to mop up, including Yozora. Luckily, you won't be hindered by pro codes for those. Once you beat Yozora, easy codes will become available. Same save file for your final achievement. What?
Oh, I guess it literally is like I said, like you do the data fights again with the easy codes, I bet.
I'm confused because like I have the easy codes and pro codes and shit at the start. It's what this seems like it's saying is that it unlocks them
Yeah,
by doing all this.
when I finished all of the DLCs on like my save file, it gave me access to the codes. But
You mean the codes during the DLC part, or just
no, like in
because
general,
the codes are
after you beat
what?
the entire game plus the DLCs on it, then it'll say you unlock easy merit and pro codes, like the premium menu on that save file.
I have it unlocked from the start.
You only
What?
have pros though, right?
No, I had the choice to choose between the three.
Oh, you were supposed to only choose one or the other for one of the achievements, I think.
I chose the pro because I was like, I'll get the pro codes then. Because how hard could it be? And it's pretty difficult, but like the pro codes were unlocked for me from the start. I can't flip flop between pro and easy and none. I can turn off the pro codes. That's all I can do.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean though. Like when you beat the game, you get access to both.
Oh, okay. So I was supposed to. Your pro code run should be this first thing. Okay, so
Yeah, because
basically I did the more efficient option. Yes.
yeah,
That's what I was hoping. Okay, that's what I was hoping for.
because I think more than likely I'm gonna assume to get max easy rank merit is probably just grind out the data fights, which is easy with the easy codes. Because I believe one of them is literally like you kill everything in one hit.
Oh, wait, we can't climb up here, right? Okay, got it. Wait, I'm supposed to kill everything in one hit? Or is it a code that allows me to
It's a
do that?
code, I'm pretty sure.
That's funny.
So, like, I'm just assuming, but I'm guessing like the easy code merit is like the same as pro code, but except like how many easy codes you use.
It's just based on how long you use it. So basically, it's make the game as easy as possible, and then you'll get merit.
Yeah,
That's funny.
which is weird. Like, I'm okay with the pro one. It is ass, but I'm okay with it. But and another playthrough for just easy one would be terrible.
Alright, well I did a couple bosses already, so now that I know, I'll turn them on again for the bosses only, and that's about it.
Yeah, I think that's how. Because I'll for the beginning, like Herc's World, I had like all of them on, and I was like, oh my god, the slip status just makes getting around annoying.
I turned everything off at some point because I was like, okay, these scenario battles are pissing me off because
Yeah.
like, it's too much. My party members are dying, and like to top it off, I'm just gonna get killed in one hit. from making a slight mistake.
God.
So I'm not doing that. Oh,
Bro.
you can play that game.
Get off of my ass, damn.
Why are there two thick guys here? Come on, man.
You're mine.
Just let me-
Oh!
What happened? Oh, what the hell? What the fuck just happened?
Did you see that? He was standing up when I
No.
stabbed him.
No, he was on the ground when you stabbed him, and then
Oh.
he died, and then he died again.
That's amazing. Wait till you see my point of view on that.
What the hell? Alright, once you've completed that, you only have a small few battles to mop up, including Yuzora. Luckily, you won't be hindered by protons for the nose. Once you beat Yuzora, easy codes will be available on the same save for your final achievement. Okay, I see. Got it. Doing easy codes on the game will save you many hours of gameplay time, thanks to already having a battle gate unlocked.
Oh, is it just like how many battles you do? It's not even based on like boss fight. Oh my god, why can't pro be like that? Who the fuck wants to play through the game on pro?
This whole method means everything is possible in one playthrough and nothing needs to be repeated. So yes, you can save some time by playing the pro code
Good.
playthrough and then going into the data battles / Yuzora, so you only have to do the data battles once. However, if you were like me, I did this as my last achievement, as I did Remind playthrough data battles Yuzora, my main playthrough, as I wasn't really looking into this achievement until I was mostly through the data battles. Plus, it does help to do them once with no restrictions at all, so you kind of get the hang of it. But as stated, you can do this playthrough first, and then do the data battles in this playthrough for those specific achievements. The videos linked in the sky are the same either way, so in the end, it's completely up to you.
I don't know if I'll get this achievement. I don't want to do data fights. I really don't.
Default stats, all stats are reset back to default regardless of level. Zero defense, the entire team's event set is 0. What is default stats? All stats are reset
Level
back to
1.
default.
Level 1.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I was like, I'm
I
getting
was
bodied even though I turned
yeah,
off the
I was
zero
like, I don't know why they didn't just name it level 1 stats.
Not only that, but the fucking, oh yeah, zero defense. Really? Do you need both?
What the fuck is that? Hold on.
You don't need both. I hear someone screaming at you. Let's not go this way yet. Oh, that's who it was. Yeah, no. He's gonna end terribly.
Okay, that was random. I knew that though.
What happened?
My health insurance
useless.
was calling to just be like, your referral for an appointment coming up has been approved, even though I knew this already.
Yeah.
But I was like, okay,
I
that's
actually just got a message
oh.
myself from something like that.
I was like, that's new that it calls me to let me know, because I never had that before. Where'd the wolf go? Oh.
Can you not get to the door? They're all pink.
Oh my goodness!
Everything just kind of came through the door all at once.
I know. I can't lock onto the soldier in front of me. Okay, there we go. Any more ads? Gosh. Like every time I killed one, another one would come out the door.
Yeah, another dog specifically. Any fucking dogs. Four-legged creatures. Oh wow, gold item.
That is not a gold item.
Armor. Hello. Nobody knows where you live.
Hello, motherfucker. You missed both of us.
Idiota.
Oh.
What happened?
No, I just forgot that that door does not open from the inside.
Oh, huh.
I guess we climb back up.
Oh, I just realized I have titty armor on too.
Yeah. Also, another thing I don't like about critical mode, specifically with Kingdom Hearts 3, is you get no MP.
I mean, I feel like I have enough MP sometimes, but other times I'm like, man, I wish I had a little more.
Yeah, oh, I missed the jump. Rip.
But really, it's just, okay, use ethers. What it needs is, well, at the start, you always struggle for this stuff, but like, need more items.
Yeah. I saw after you, like, before you ended your stream the other day, you went back to Twilight Town and was grinding a little bit for some items.
Those were... I don't remember that. Maybe I was, and I can't remember. I think I feel like I did say that I was... Oh, no, I was looking for the lucky emblems in Hercules' world, I think.
Why is there a hitbox here? What? What is
Because
here?
there's a guy who stands there.
It's a big ass enemy, but because it's unloaded right now, his hitbox is all that's there.
Oh god. That's not good.
I'm scared of what that could be.
Me too.
These of the Night almost have the full set. But I know there's a way to get around the, like, not having MP. I think there's like items that let you siphon MP based on like what you get hit by. And you combine that
also
with the guard one.
Yeah, I was gonna say that one just gives you MP all the time, which is really cool.
Yeah.
A lot of AP itself, but it's good.
Let me in. The
But it
one
could hurt you.
thing I don't like either is the one that restricts your abilities to 30.
Yeah, I think that's a little silly.
Like, okay, yes, let me just remove all combo extensions and flow motion abilities just so I can have the essentials.
Which are barely enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that code at all, but
Oh god.
use it, I guess. Oh, shit,
Why?
I got
Why?
the ball. Why'd you aggro from so far away? Me pressing the dodge button and nothing happened.
You bitch. Here, get rolled into and died.
Well, I guess that's it.
Yeah, look.
Oh, I feel like it missed.
Like, see? Like, I don't know what's here, but you can hit it, but there's no health bar.
Oh, it's not big. It's small. Based on what this is,
Might be
this
an
feels like
invisible
a four-legged enemy. Yeah, this feels like it's four.
Oh
it has
yeah,
four
it
legs,
might be.
Or it's
It could be
definitely
hands.
multi-legged. It could be hands, yeah.
I think we killed it because now it's not making sounds anymore.
It was never making sounds for me.
Oh really? It was making hit
Yeah,
sounds for me.
No, I never heard the hit sounds.
Interesting.
Wait, what?
Oh.
What? I thought so. I was like, why are there no enemies? But there were like half enemies, half not.
Yeah. Usually there's
Why
no
are we talking
enemies.
I guess they made it easier on us, so we can get all the shit.
Maybe. Before we begin, allow me to paint the full picture.
Before we begin,
allow me to paint you
nice.
the full picture.
I got it on the dot. I got it on the dot. Before we begin.
Defeat the general, claim glory, and grab that.
Where's the item at? Oh, right.
Bro's still yapping even though you told him to shut up. My god.
Who?
Whatever his name is.
Jaren?
Yeah.
Oh. Before we begin, I'm going to say only this. I am the strongest there is.
Oh. You did an instant transmission on my screen.
That's cool. Awesome, that means I am Goku.
Yes.
Travel to another location.
Oh. Oh.
Really? I wonder if we can beat him without it. I'm kind of curious because our set is pretty good. Fucking fuck you, Patches.
Patches is such a bitch.
Oh, I'm going to leave. Why can't you summon him anyways? There he is, right next to Blythe. All of you run towards him. Attack him.
Oh, fuck, he
That's
hurts.
a lot of damage. Oh, I'm gonna get bodied. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, you heard that still? It's coming.
yeah.
What? Oh,
Oh
I
my-
got knocked away. I've never gotten knocked away by that attack before. Also,
I can't lock onto him, which is weird.
yeah, he's being really weird.
Oh. Alexander is just inside of him, punching him.
Nice.
Spin! Oh, you can only lock onto his head,
Be
that's
careful.
why.
How did you?
He missed me.
Yeah, because he hit me.
Oh, now he got me.
Oh shit. Yeah, man.
I think I rolled into him and it staggered him.
Nice. Dagger steps.
Nice. Didn't even need to use your kryptonite.
Nope.
He had to die
Double
twice.
Encore.
Sekiro's Shadow died twice?
Yeah. And we're both alive for the cutscene.
For once.
Yeah.
The stars. Explosion.
Whoa. I remember looking for where the explosion happened. All in Caelid, because I'm like, oh, it's obviously linked to this area. And I actually drew the line into where it would be in Limgrave, and then I was like, well, it can't be there because I'm looking for Caelid.
Interesting. Yeah,
Good. What a
I hated
story.
that.
And falling star. I can't find
Yeah.
He was a living legend. If the path is known to Nokla, let's meet where the.
Why is he so depressed?
Let's meet where the.
He's so blue.
My only purpose, the curtain's right. Let's meet.
Also,
go
yeah,
into
he
my
was
only
red.
purpose, the curtain's right. Let's meet. We'll go into my only purpose, the curtain's rising.
Okay. I wouldn't go that far.
Oh, we didn't touch it. Oh, let me talk to Alexander too.
I
Well
hit
met.
after that, and as such,
Yes,
as
you
luck
defeated a
would have
giant
it,
snake.
Who could expect it? Just you wait.
It was all you,
Who could
Alexander.
expect
It was all you.
Just you wait.
Really was. He was just spinning inside of him. Do we do shitty
Alright,
catacomb?
No, but we can unlock it
Alright.
if you feel like it.
No. We can unlock it.
Okay.
That's it.
Well, yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah. Let me mute.
Okay. For restrictions that reset your stats, you can still gain bonuses from stat increase items such as magic up and attack up, and equipment modifiers to add to your stats so you're not completely at level 1 stats. You also do not have to have the codes on outside of boss battles, as you only get points from from certain boss battles. Oh, okay. You can also do this playthrough as a new game plus run when starting a new game, and you'll be asked if you want to transfer over keyblades from another playthrough. So if you have Oathkeeper or Oblivion or Ultima, you'll want to choose that playthrough so you have at least have Ultima if nothing else, so you don't have to reforge it. Keep it noted that they will start at base, so you'll have to power them up, but it's better than having to acquire them all over again. I also recommend keeping the laughter pin you get in Monstropolis. As this ability it gives you is MP Walker. Ooh. If you walk and run around a bit, you'll gain MP in the force class. Will give you HP Walker, which is pretty much the same thing except for your health. Having both of these pins on will keep your magic and health up enough so you're not struggling too much.
Oh man, I got this bug.
Oh,
Cannot travel.
hang on a second. I'm inside still, so let me see.
Oh,
if
Oh, you're gonna have to close the room. I can't even use the item.
Okay. This fucking bug.
What the fuck is my soundboard doing? I mean, not my sound, but my audio interface. What the fuck? The channel that I have you on, which is like the chat channel, isn't even following the volume slider.
Huh.
Well, like, let me show you this. Wait.
What if I scream real loud?
Yeah, keep talking so I can capture this.
Okie dokie. You keep talking real quick. I also have to check the DMs. I'll be looking at that.
There. Okay, let me send it now. That, like, it makes no sense. And my game sound one has been always bothering me because they're not leveled for some weird reason, and I don't know why. Like, look at where I have the slider, yet your shit is all the way past the slider. I don't understand that.
I'm just that loud.
I guess so. Like, it makes no sense.
Even though I wasn't trying to be.
You didn't reopen the room.
My bad. I was clicking into your thing. Alright, it's open. So the way codes work is each boss is given a specific amount of points, and the pro codes add to those points. The more codes you have on, the more points you'll get, and vice versa. The max amount of points you can get, depending on the boss fight, is 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, 25,000, 30,000. If all pro codes are turned on, these bosses will give you 5,000 points. What? Oh, Rock Titan. Okay. Rock Titan, Demon Tide, Angelic Amber, Chaos Carriage, Marshmallow, Lightning Angler, Dark Cubes. Okay, fine. If all pro codes, these bosses will give you 10,000 points. Ice, Lava, and Tornado Titans. I had to turn... Okay, for the first few fights, I had to turn that shit off. Because...
Which one?
I did Rock Titan, Demon Tide, and Lava, Ice, and Tornado because they were just bodying me.
Wait, like, which one you turned off?
I did Rock Titan, the 3 Titans, and then the Demon Tide. Those are the 3 that I had to have the codes off for first.
Oh, I did Rock Titan with all but I turned off Cure, I think the 0 defense one, because it was just pissing me off. Like, just one hit and I was dead every single time.
Yeah, the thing is that I just was consigned to basically do the entire thing without the pro codes anyway, so I just kind of left it off. I assume that there's a few boss fights you can miss with these pro codes.
Yeah, if not, I guess that's just one more data fight.
Oh, I guess. Excuse me, I didn't think of that. Thank you.
Also, I just lowered you through, like, the interface's channel thing, and now it's kind of leveled, but that still makes no sense.
Yeah.
Went to Fort Height. Like,
yeah, that's the way to not run. Ooh, it's raining here too. That's cool.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, it is.
Yep.
Come, open your heart.
Ow. 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 This fucking cat. It's just a cat, like a black cat, a kitten, that's held in someone's arms like a baby, and then I think they're trying to feed it or something, and then it just keeps going, ow, ow,
Wow.
ow. Like meowing, but it's a really fucking weird meow.
Yeah. Like an owl and a meow.
Yes. God, I can't see shit.
It is I, Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, as a cat now. God, Val's gonna hate the explanation for Xemnas and Ansem still existing.
Oh yeah, he's gonna be like, what? I thought I killed them, and then he's gonna be like, oh, time travel?
Yes.
Ugh. I fucking hate that, dude.
Like, why the fuck can he just be like, oh yeah, I just go back in time and now I just didn't die? Because he's Master Xehanort.
Yeah. I'm gonna be joking about like Anthem's name for forever with Val. Because once he like complains to me about that, I'm gonna be like, okay, but what's Anthem's real name? What's Obama's first name? The last name?
Oh my god. He's no heart.
That's right. Ooh, that's a lot of shit over here. Woof!
Ansem's real name is Ansem.
Okay, I get it. You do damage. You do damage.
Did you make the jump?
I did.
Nice.
That's one down.
Ansem's real name is fucking retarded. Like, also hate the. Oh wow. Mode win.
Oh, okay. Where's the other guy at? I was like, where's the fucking bug at? Jesus.
I shall be
Where
known
is he?
as Diz.
Where the
Darkness
fuck is
in
this guy?
Zero. Fuck, dumbass name. I hated that
What?
so much. He teleported
Roy,
back.
where is he? Huh?
He fucking voided out back to his regular spot. I don't know
Oh,
why.
I saw him shoot ice through the wall. I was like, what? Or through the floor. From the floor, actually. First of all,
Die.
do that shit again. I dare you.
I was not getting near him. He hurts.
No, yeah, I jumped down and I was awoken by something unpleasurable and painful.
It was Shadow
And it was him.
in the new Sonic game.
I guess. Okay. Are you sure you want to keep playing this game with me?
Good.
Because I promise it won't end well. Oh wait, I told you a bit too late. Sorry about that. We missed this guy.
That shit does not travel that far. Meanwhile, Mog can just chuck that shit at you.
Yep. What?
That's what you
What?
get.
Wraith calling bell and Mesmer's armor? Okay, game.
They really
What's
want
with
us
all
to
of Mesmer's
cosplay
armor?
as a Mesmer.
Yeah. Look, a gold item, guys. Oh, what is it? Mesmer.
Like, okay, we get it. He
My
exists.
friend was fighting Mesmer, and he was like, he was getting really frustrated with him.
Why? I don't understand people who have trouble with this fight.
He got so close to the end multiple times, but then he just kept dying because there's a lot of spam in that boss fight. It's just a lot.
There
for
is, but from fighting him so much, I realize it's just all spacing.
Yeah, I was like, he's actually slower than I remember. Yep. Knock off.
Damn.
Oh,
Really? Alright. No. Die now. I mean, I know, like, when I first got to him and you were helping me, like, I had trouble, but that was just because we were trying to both stay alive.
Yeah.
Then once you helped me get to the second phase, I pieced them up.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like the first phase a lot. I think it's a fun boss fight.
Yeah, his second phase is
like
pretty, ugh. Oh, you
It's
guys
just
wanted
more hell.
Rykard, but with Millennium mobility? Okay.
Basically, like, I can't fucking hit this dude. He keeps teleporting away.
Like, oh my god. And then he has AoEs up the ass. He
Yeah.
doesn't need more than one. Yeah. Hold on.
Sincerely, I can take care of them. I'll take them. Weather dagger.
Riku! Let me get my, I guess, dinner now. I'll be back.
Wow. Okay. What again? Oh, really? Is it who I think it is? You see? Oh, come on now. He's gonna stroll up to me or something. Yep. Oh shit. This is a bad move. Okay, damn it, I can't push him. Now, when you're in this form, it's best to get your stride early. Due to the severe lack of mobility, I can't do a Frieza voice. In this form. The only thing a Frieza I can do is the quack. Well, kind of. Why was he cracking? I eliminated a threat. ah, ah, ah. Jesus. It's your time. Uh-oh. Oh, my legs! My leg! Really, game? Okay, we get it. I'm gonna do that shit again. Ow! This is what you get! My super laser piss! I didn't do much. Can you just fall already? Fall! Pooper scooper! Wow, good. Thank you. Soccer boppers. Will I get copyrighted for the song? Alright. Damn, that was a lot of noise. Yo. No, not like this, worm. I promise, I'm not the bad one. Why were there two? Why were there two? Bubble Boy, really? Do you want to play this game with me? I don't think you do. Let me tell you. Six or 55655, but unfortunately is no longer that.
I'm back with my food.
Nice. It's your time. You die.
How bad are the enemies so far?
Not too bad. Well, I got rid of the bad ones. Lobster and Golem right next to each other, which was funny. But the Golem didn't move. Wow, another red lightning magic spell. Interesting.
Really? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What was the lobster blue or no?
It was dark blue.
Damn.
I was like, is it him? And then it wasn't. I was sad. Yeah, I was hitting him with the microcosm, and I was like, oh, can he see me? Oh. I was just peeking out to hit him with it, and then I got tired of doing that, so eventually I just fought him. But he wasn't aggroing me, right? So then I like actually go over to like his line of sight from far away, and he just starts running after me. I'm like, what the fuck?
That makes no sense.
I'm like, so you did know I was there?
He was baiting you out, Lethal Company style.
Oh yeah. Is he lifting drink? You stole busy lifting drink.
Cards. Look who's on top of the game. Laura. That Sora sound clip sounds like it was just spliced together at some point.
Well, when he says Sora?
Yeah, when he goes Sora,
Sora.
you know the rules?
Do you know the rules? Yeah, because It doesn't sound like him actually saying it.
Yeah.
Do you know the rules? Them asking the player, do you know the rules, even though the rules were never fucking taught.
Literally. Oh,
And
sorry.
they tell
Did you die
mid-game.
3 times to learn the rules?
Basically.
Like, yeah, not terrible.
Oh, come on. I was like, well, maybe it's not that bad.
It's bad.
The boss fight here. What? He didn't even load it in. There it is.
Oh god.
There is a possibility that I can win this, but it is extremely slow.
I mean, I'm in here, so.
Oh, not with all this death blight. I'm so dead.
Watch out! Oh, fuck.
But can you see my? Oh, you came in.
Yeah.
You don't understand. My death blight meter was like a hair from being full.
I bet. Ow. He
I
squashed
can't
me
even
like
do
a
anything.
bug.
You would sit up, right?
Oh, you would spit flames, right?
I set up the thing over here, the heal.
Okay, at least we're doing enough damage to it.
Will you take damage from lightning?
Man, the fucking
Oh my
random
God.
lightning ticks are so annoying. Oh, Charlie's doing the dash.
Wow.
And now he's partially clipping in and out of the fucking arena.
As he does all the time.
Ow.
Oh, I forgot about the random lightning.
Yes. That honestly does more damage than him.
Yeah. Fire!
Fire! Oh, he's dead.
Fire! Dead. I could have taken him by myself. I could not. There's no way. I was surprised you got. You picked up the controller.
I
was
picked
like,
it
oh,
up
I'll just
immediately. I grabbed the items.
How
I saw
close were
you. I saw you go in. I was
You joined it instantly, basically.
yeah. I was by the gazebo as soon as I saw you go in.
Oh, oh my god. Oh, it's time for the boring part of this area.
True. Find the torches and run through the fucking map.
Yep. Don't kill me, game. See ya! That's what you get for trying to escape me. You can escape forever. And fall for eternity.
Also, when I was Googling the Kingdom Hearts 3 data fights and why they suck,
Mm-hmm.
I saw someone list out like a pretty decent order, but I forgot what it was. But
Mm-hmm.
I remember they wrote for Riku, if you don't combo him more than 1.5 times, he never does his like revenge counter,
Yes. Yeah.
which is stupid.
That's the only fight I really have an issue with. Syx is just hard for me to get, but Riku's is just bullshit. Except
Syx is just pray that the camera doesn't kill you.
kind of. Hey, guess what we're fighting again?
Another dragon?
Yeah, but not just any dragon.
Landsax?
Yep.
Oh boy, she's back. She had to make another appearance.
Game, get off the horse!
Damn.
How many times do I have to fucking spam the button?
So many.
I wasn't even doing anything. I was just running.
But yeah, that Dark Riku, I just don't like him.
Yeah,
He's an annoying fight.
very much so.
Ansem is just bullshit because he fucking flies around like a bitch.
Ah, I wouldn't say that's the worst part of his fight. I would say the worst part of his fight is the dark, like,
The dark balls.
section. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is annoying.
I hate
Do
how
all this work to get to him.
when you get him to the second one, he fucking switches it up on you.
Yeah,
Like he fucking shoots them, then throws them at you.
yeah.
Like that shit caught me off guard and insta killed me. I was like, really? We're doing that now.
Yep. Shadows.
Yup.
Ah.
I hate how even if you get caught in full health, it's basically a heartless angel.
Yeah. Even in proud mode.
Yep. I'm gonna beat his. I'm gonna beat all their asses. Definitely once I get there, I think I'm gonna just immediately do Vanitas again, since he's still kind of fresh in my mind. And he honestly isn't too bad.
I'll have to see with the rest of them because I didn't have as big of an issue with Marluxia as I thought I would have.
Yeah, you destroyed him. I gotta learn him though. Really,
It didn't really take that much learning either. That's the work. That's the weak part.
really for me, it's just I gotta break the Kingdom Hearts 2 muscle memory of guarding against his attacks. They're much faster in Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yeah.
No, I'm still eating.
Do you want veggie?
Nah.
Oh,
It's too late now. I'm almost done.
I'm eating my other chicken.
Alright. The heck? This is just a big slab of fat. The fuck? Rip-offs.
What were you eating?
It's chicken, but it's not like homemade. It's one of those like rotisserie chickens that you can buy in a supermarket.
Oh, like a Whole Foods rotisserie chicken.
Yeah. But like one of the pieces just had a big ass slab of fat under it.
Hmm. Oh, there it is.
But yeah, that's all I really gotta learn from Marluxia, because his DM doesn't seem too bad. Like, especially
it's
if you
actually
use
easy.
that fucking shot lock. Oh, but we won't have shot locks.
Yeah, so then just use fire magic.
Oh my god.
Yeah. You just have to jump and use fire. It's not that hard.
Damn.
And same with the rest of his like things, like you just spam the fire spell on him.
Yeah, when he does the armor.
Yeah.
That armor is so fucking cheap, though.
I wasn't expecting that because I've never seen him with it ever in any game.
Is that like a thing he had only in Recom?
He didn't have it at all in Recom.
Oh, so they just gave that to him in 3.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's why I'm like, huh? And if he was weak to fire, then Axel must suck ass. Because he beat Axel pretty easily.
Yeah, what the fuck?
There it is.
Well, then again, Axel doesn't have his dark powers anymore. Well,
he beat him in Recom easily.
then Axel sucks dick.
Yeah, Axel's always sucked dick. And yet he somehow beat Shion, so okay.
And then he cried about it.
Yeah.
I now understand the cutscene.
Mm-hmm.
I love how you activating the last torch kicked me out of the grace.
Oh, that's so cool, isn't it?
So I'm guessing when Axel suddenly like thought of Shion, I'm guessing that's when Ansem like revived her or whatever, or like wherever the fuck she was. I really don't know.
Maybe. They were looking for replicas to put hearts in, which begs the question, how did they get Shion's heart?
Yeah, because doesn't she die?
Also, it's just a weird ass pull because Shion doesn't make any sense because she returned to Sora, okay. Fine, they retrieved her from the past, but like
You still need a
when
vessel.
did Xehanort ever put his heart in her? Unless that wasn't one of the 13. Because Mickey does say, he's like, oh, he is there 13, but it was Shion. So if you really count, it was the main 4, right? Then you got Syx as number 5. Number 6 is Zigbar.
And
Number 7 is number 7, 8, and 9 are Luxord, Marluxia, and Larxene. Number 10 is Vanitas. Number 11 is Dark Riku. Number 12 is Terra Xehanort, and number 13 is who again? It's supposed to be Shion, but it's not Shion.
And it can't be Roxas.
Who is it?
Oh, maybe just No, because Master Xehanort was number 1, right?
Yeah. I'm thinking that number 13 was actually Aqua. Because she did have his heart. She had the silver hair and the yellow eyes.
Yeah.
Which is weird, but like she sunk into the abyss, which doesn't necessarily mean that she had his heart. I don't know how the hell she just got Norded.
Well,
yeah, but
didn't she separate Terra's heart from Xehanort's grasp or some shit like that? No. Maybe that's how Xehanort could have fucking Norded her?
No, that was Terra who did that. And then that's how he just lost his memory.
Oh, so that I don't know.
It's weird because he just lost his memory completely. Because the Guardian was still there. Although I guess that's when he lost the Guardian. Because the Guardian went into the realm of darkness, and then his body was still there. The Guardian was Terra.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, I guess it was the Guardian that went into the realm of darkness because it made the portal too somehow. Which is another weird thing, because how the hell did he make the door to darkness? Okay, game.
I guess he's just that strong. Oh, wait.
What's that scream?
Maybe 13 is, Dark Shadow or whatever the fuck.
Who?
The, like, pure darkness that's in Terra?
I don't know. I mean, they could count for 2 hearts, but like,
Does
I
Zane not
don't
even know about that though? I mean, I feel like he would because
Yeah.
he had his body.
Yeah, he knew. That Guardian that somehow fucked up everybody so easily. Oh, please
Val's
don't put
gonna
my
hate
names on
when he
top of that.
fights that. I mean, he's
Wait,
easy,
what?
but he's just gonna be like, "What the fuck? This thing still exists?"
Yeah, but it's not on Ansem anymore? What? Except for when it was randomly, when Ansem just, like, knocked Aqua out in the Realm of Darkness for some reason. You know, she really should have been able to beat his ass. I'm sorry. But I guess it's just that she wasn't strong enough. But the thing is that she should have had more hope because Ansem the Wise was there now.
True.
Because she was like, oh, there's so many things happening in the Realm of Light. And, like, her psyche was being, like, destroyed from being down there for so long. But also just, like, at some point she was very happy when she heard Sora's name.
Also, you
He's
know
so
how
strong.
you were like, oh, Mickey had to make a choice between like saving her or saving Riku.
Yeah. Pretty
Is
much.
that like the choice at the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 1 where Mickey just appears in the realm of darkness with Riku?
Yeah, that's when he does that.
Okay, I had a feeling. Because
He was talking to him before he saw Aqua there.
yeah, because when I rewatched that cutscene, I was like, oh, actually, that makes a lot of sense now as to why Mickey just shows up.
Yeah. Why are you over here, Octopus? Get the fuck away from me.
Oh, it
No
sounds
one
like there's a
cares about
bunch of
you.
annoying ass enemies.
There's an octopus and an Erdtree avatar in the stupid room where you find that one item.
Oh
I'm probably just
god.
gonna go straight in that room now that they're both gone, but geez. The Erdtree avatar knocked me off the horse, which made my stupid ass guy go, ugh.
Of
And then
course.
he, no, why are you in here? Why did you follow me in here? This fucking Erdtree avatar. No, it's gone. Fuck. That should have never happened. Why did the Erdtree avatar follow me in here?
Oh no.
You didn't even see me the whole time. You just walked away from me and did nothing.
Let me go clean my plate and then I'm gonna
Damn.
get back in. I'll be back.
Okay. Meteors coming my way, weaving. Gotta move straight. This guy needs to leave me the fuck alone. Alright. I don't have any healing. That was really funny. Oh, I have no heal. Boom! Oh. As many tries as it'll take, game. See, now you want to blow up because you can't touch me. That was not touching me, game, for sure. Oh, come off it, dude. Whoever's doing this. Enough. How did you do that? Ugh, okay. Piss me off. Die! Same with you. Get the fuck out of here with that death blight cheap shit. Game, why do I want to target onto the one thing I'm not looking at? Get out of here! Enough! Worthless sack of shit. And then you. Give me a fucking break. Oh, what? I didn't have enough time to stab this guy's ass? Move. Chaz, don't even try it. What are you talking about? He didn't take damage. What? Die. Piece of shit. Wasn't even the boss down here, by the way. Which should be vastly easier. Vastly, not fastly easier. Excuse.
Alright,
Whoa.
I'm back.
Why is this guy so weak?
Also, I thought of something, Kay, of something funny that I never got to tell you about.
Mm-hmm.
That recent, what the fuck? Okay, my controller isn't working. That recent, rando we did for AP,
Yeah.
when I was doing Kingdom Hearts, I was robbed on one of my Marluxia attempts.
What happened?
I got him to 1 HP, and instead of doing his DM, you know what he did?
Did he rush behind you?
Kind of. What he did is he covered the entire... What the fuck? Why isn't my controller working now? Might have to restart my fucking game. But he did the move where he covers the floor with the 3 like big rose petal circles. He teleported behind me. I guarded the move, but obviously...
Oh, I know where this is going.
Yeah, he fucking hit, you know, guarding his attacks he has fucking pushback for some weird fucking reason, and he pushed me into the circle and insta-killed me.
Yep.
I was like, no fucking way did he just do this to me. I was so pissed. Because I had his ass that attempt. Like, oh my god. And then he just cheaply kills me.
Yep. That is his way of destroying you.
I was like, I hate that you
that.
just can't do anything about that. I mean, I could have maybe reflected and not got pushed back. Yeah, no, okay. My fucking... My fucking controller is on, but Elden Ring is refusing to detect it. That's annoying. That means I have to restart my game. So I guess I will be back.
Okay.
I didn't fight Vexen in that seed though.
Good for you.
I was like, on second thought, I don't want to fight Vexen.
Yeah, no.
I bodied Lingering Will, but I used the cheese strat. I wonder if that video Val was watching recently, like, showed that strat.
Maybe. Oh, I hope so.
I got lucky too with the cycle I had. He kept doing the cannon into the bike.
Oh, ugh, I hate that combo.
That's really easy though. I kept getting free damage from his cannon.
No, but the bike just takes. Well, no. See, that's where you're wrong. The cannon robs you of another finisher,
Oh
so you
yeah,
don't
because
get as much damage as you
it
think you can
launches
get
him.
from it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I hate it when he does that. But also, I just hate the bike because it takes too damn long.
It does. I
Get off the
was
damn
getting
bike.
he did I did get annoyed because in that attempt he did fucking command lock me and I had to fucking sit there and wait
Mm.
because he was just not
Okay,
letting me
well.
do anything.
Yep.
Then he tried to do it again, but this time I knew he was gonna do it, so I ran behind the pillar and it blocked his fucking command lock. I was like, get fucked. I didn't even have to use Donald to cheese him in place with Blair.
Oh yeah. How did you hit me?
Oh my god.
What?
Damn, you were just down here.
Yeah, I missed the beetle that was down here, unfortunately, because fuck me,
Yeah.
I guess.
I guess I'll get him when I have to come back anyway for the items on the top.
Oh yeah, true. Oh well, you might need some help because you
Oh,
probably
there's
won't be able to get it without
there's
some sort of
nonsense.
distraction. Yeah, in that same room
Oh my god.
is the Erdtree avatar, a Deathblight Wormface, Octopus, stupid. I don't know what are they called, but the stupid guys with the wings that shoot the feather arrow at you.
Yeah.
Those
The-
guys are there too.
I think those are misbegotten.
Misbegotten then. Okay, and then a Vow.
Oh
All
my
annoying
God.
as fuck enemies.
Wait, you killed the boss here too?
Yeah, I did.
Oh no. Oh, did I? Oh yeah, I did get the reward. Yeah.
See, that's the one thing I didn't understand is why I was able to kill that guy, considering I was like, oh, okay, and then he just randomly had half health.
Oh, it was probably because I disconnected.
No, that was before you disconnected.
Interesting.
So again, I don't know what happened there.
You went
but-
down?
Yeah, I went down. There's nothing else here.
Alright.
I guess.
Oh
I'll go
yeah,
back
because
in
we
since
we
closed it.
cleaned this part out.
Yeah.
Also, Kate, I know why I hate Zigbar.
Well, his fight.
Yeah. Because I watched
wrong with
a
it?
video, a little bit of it on his fight.
Mhm.
It's because one of the mods I have restores this fucking Kingdom Hearts 2 arena and he gets all of the fucking room changes.
Yeah, because that's not how that's supposed to work.
Because I was like, there's no way I'm struggling with it because it's such an easy like attack to dodge. And so I was like, let me see like how easy it is. And I was like, oh my god, it's so easy. It's just a circular room. Why the fuck
It is, yeah.
I was like, oh my god, no wonder I hate him because the asshole who made the mod made him get all the backdrops.
Yeah. You know, the backdrop is the reason why the Zenless fight was hard for me too.
I imagine.
Been.
Oh my god, there's just.
'Cause I'm like, okay, well, how far can I go back?
Well, maybe we'll remove it for those two guys. Nice try, Lansax.
I can't wait until I get to the end. Because I'm going to come back at these fights with a vengeance.
Yes. And now that you know that you
Key
can
access
go
lever.
into the main game, thanks to what I showed you, you should have no issue.
Yeah. Hey, Val. Who's attempting? Oh, yeah.
Is it even worth going for the items around here? I feel like there was nothing.
Maybe some were good, but I don't remember. Oh, fuck.
Did you get the item that you had to jump across to?
Jump across.
Yeah, to the little platform.
Yeah, the one up top where the boss fight is.
No, not that one. The one across the water.
Across the water.
With the
Oh my god, don't scare me like that.
with
Jesus.
the chest.
I don't think I did then.
Oh. I feel like you did. Probably just maybe I'm not
Oh no, I
explaining.
didn't do that one. Actually, no, I didn't do that one. I feel like I
Oh.
was waiting for you for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah, I actually didn't grab that one. That was the one thing I didn't grab.
What is guarding it?
Game!
A rat.
Game!
Oh no. A valve.
Why did you do this to me? Oh my god, I cannot stand the Elden Ring horse.
Oh. It was just
Why
a
does it do
smithing
that?
stone 7. Oh, Jar. I can be let me solo her now. Oh my horse,
That's
please.
not what I was
Horse.
trying to do. That's not my
Okay.
fault. All I was trying to do was get up the hill. Like I know I can.
Get up.
And then the game was like, oh no, I'm just gonna give you forward momentum because yes.
Love when Elden Ring does that.
Went on the horse and throw you off the platform so you can't possibly make it back over. Fuck you, fuck you too.
This fucking landslide needs to stop.
I know. I'm sick and tired of that thing.
I think I got everything around here. I guess now it's just the downstairs thing.
Downstairs? Oh, yeah.
Or like the lower portion.
Yeah.
Uppies. Look at Lansax trying so hard. Bitch, stop. And then the game trying to kill me with the camera around each pillar.
Oh, yeah.
See, right here, I wish we had the Breath of the Wild paraglider.
Yeah, like,
Like-
can I just go down already, please? Thanks.
Because the fucking horse and this camera always kill you.
Specifically the horse, but yeah.
That was not full damage. Suck a dick.
Where did this crab come from?
Crap.
Was that crab always here?
I want to say yes. Oh, also, okay.
These stupid Giza wheels down.
If you want to laugh too, my mom lost to Cypher her first time.
Oh, really?
I was like, you lost against him? Then she reloaded and beat his ass.
I could see it happening. Perhaps I lost to Cypher 2 when I first played Kingdom Hearts 2. But I'm not sure, actually. I don't remember.
I want to say maybe I won, but I probably did struggle.
Thank you. Just fucking die, plant.
And she said she only lost too because of his counter. Like, you know how enemies are just, oh, you hitting me, but I get super armor and attack you. Oh, brother, what is all of this? Okay, I can't even find the beetle because there's
on the right side.
There's a big ass enemy in here.
Yes.
What
it's
is
on the
this?
Right side.
It's invisible.
It's an Erdtree avatar.
Oh, it's on the right. It's not here. Maybe you did get it.
The beetle?
Yeah.
No, I did not. No, it teleported away.
Oh, you never touched
Or
race. Fuck.
Oh, I need to touch it again? I can touch it.
Oh god. This.
What happened?
No! No. No, he needs like one more hit. Yes. It was just soft cotton.
Oh,
Are you
come
fucking
on.
serious?
Well, I have the aqueduct facing cliffs open.
I need to run for dear life.
Yes. Yeah.
Haha, you can't get me. I ran up the fucking pillar and it was following me up there.
Oh my god. Yeah, this guy just loves chasing people. I'm like, bro, can you relax?
I didn't think he was that fast.
Yeah. Sure is.
Oh, I missed the silver scarab.
I didn't even see that. What was that at?
Near the false deer head.
Oh. Oh, I didn't get it. I didn't go over there yet.
And let me get the item on top. Did you even fight the boss? Like the actual boss?
Which one? The deer?
Yeah.
No, I was gonna wait for you to do that.
Oh, okay. Axe of Godric. Ooh, that was a risky jump. Oh god, there's a Giza thing here too? Ugh.
Yeah. Okay, anyways.
Egon's great bow. Yep, and now I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Don't even try it. What you want from me?
Haha.
Cause I'm
Open the door
tolerated.
to darkness. Haha. Fucking dark dude.
Do it from me. All of these fucking items are garbage.
They really
And
are.
this one's okay.
It's just a bunch of like nonsense smithing stones.
Yeah. Trapped in time, forever meaning.
It's time for me to replay Persona 3 and finish it.
Yeah.
Kingdom Hearts consumed you. That's like.
Yeah. That was more pressing. Absolutely was.
Aren't you like almost done with episode, I guess?
Some may think that. Guess what we just got? The wind stick.
The wind stick?
Yep.
Oh. Meteorite staff?
No. Did you get that?
No. That's
Oh.
you
Nope.
said wind stick, so
Yeah.
wait, what'd you up ahead? I'm guessing you got that.
Oh, it's your friend. Shit.
Oh.
I'm trying to kill him, but like I can't kill him because you're just gonna end up getting sniped by him and die.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's
Too
what you
much
mean,
gear.
the wind stick. Interesting.
Yeah. If you do this one more time, game, it's
Stop
over.
doing that, dickhead.
Alright, that guy got knocked over. I can't see him past the waterfall.
Oh, I can hit through the wall with that? Ow.
Sit the fuck down, bitch. Get out of my face.
The fuck is that? I've never seen that seal before. Oh,
It's the one that allows you to do the spiral attack better.
yeah.
Oh,
Oh, we have his full armor, actually.
do we?
2 fingers. Never mind, I guess we don't. We do have the dagger to give to D, though.
Yeah. I thought we got the finger slave blade though, but maybe we have both.
Did it get you?
Yeah.
Nice, and then... There we go. Healing and damage. Whoa.
Well, guess what we're fighting?
Wow. Which one is it, though?
The one that
Oh.
heals.
Is it? I don't see the animals.
Usually the one that heals always jumps at the start, but I could be wrong. I guess maybe it is the original one.
He's gonna jump at me, isn't he? Try. Since you keep running from me.
Yeah. Now do I have your attention?
Paying attention.
There we go.
To the void.
Wait, so it's just the one fight, right?
Yeah. I'll grab the grease. Are we going to deep root?
No, not now.
Good. Hate that fucking place.
Too much stuff to do right now. Gotta go back to Ancestral Woods.
Yeah. Let me spend these runes. Man, can't believe we got the wind stick though. But I'm gonna stick with the curved swords.
Yeah, me too.
This is more fun. Because it's usually a class we ignore.
I tried doing it at some point and it just didn't work out for me.
Yeah, same. But with a blood loss class, it kind of works. Nice try, bitch. You may have burned my horse, but you didn't kill me. I jumped over the wall.
Silver tear here.
What?
I don't see the silver.
No, I
tear
said it the
over here.
fake one.
The fake one.
Yeah, over here.
Oh.
It's literally right in the corner there. The ant's big ass is on it.
Oh, I see it, yeah.
Yeah.
It was on it. No wonder I couldn't see it.
Boom, boom, boom. Boom.
After this, I think that's a good stopping point.
I agree.
So I got shit to do.
I need to pick up Persona 3 at some point.
Yeah, you might not enjoy the DLC, but okay.
I mean, it doesn't seem too bad. I kind of like the whole, like, having a hub world within the dungeon, though. It's kind of cool. The sun's a deadly laser. Oh, he
Where
threw
have I heard
both
that
of them?
before?
Oh my god. The stupid meme. Really, bro? You gonna
What's
chuck
it from?
fireballs at me like instant? Watch out.
Shit, I thought I could get off of me so I can get out of this. I haven't been able to hit him at all.
Yeah, I'm just pelting him with arrows. Because he keeps running.
He's hit the ceiling. Me when I'm about to go.
Oh my gosh, there we go. Ow. Game, let me lock onto his eye. There we go.
Oh, it's not the end of the fight yet? Ooh.
Bro, just die. Die. Trying to get one cheap shot in to kill someone.
The bow at the correct time. I timed it so perfectly. Where's the way out? Here's the hard part. Where's the way out? There it is.
They really should have made that brighter.
Yeah. Speaking of brighter, my room needs to be that.
Hell yeah, we did it.
Okay.
We have the clap. Oh, we do.
Oh. Yeah. Where should we go now? Where should we leave off? Let me clean up this area though, so I don't know.
Oh, there's still actual Nokron. Like, we didn't even touch
Oh
it.
yeah, that's true. I forgot about that. We'll do that later.
Yes. She tried so hard. I found it.
Close your mouth when you're near me.
You just farted, Troy? Aw, nasty. I think you gotta walk him. Bro, he throwing out deadly farts.
Meanwhile, I'm fighting everything else but Fortisax right now.
You want to try and kill her?
Yeah, just for a sec.
Why'd you
Now you wanna
jump
go somewhere
all the way over there, bitch? She's spitting flames. Oh, never mind. Oh, I'm gonna roll into your head. See how much she gives. 8,000? Not worth it.
So this is the exit.
Not to level up again. I guess I'll put it into vigor. I'm at 37 now. I'm sure you're like well into the mid 40s.
I've been sitting at 40 for the longest.
Oh, okay.
Like ever since the beginning of the seed, I've been sitting at 40.
Yeah, I was doing damage more than health.
Yeah. Now I'm putting it in. My stats are balanced as usual, but like I got 40 vigor, 20 mind now, and then 25 endurance and 25 in dexterity.
Nice. Yeah, for me, I have 37 vigor, 26 endurance, uh, 29 dex, and 32 arcane.
Yeah. Oh, I had to turn on the light in the house because I needed to see.
He needs light.
Ow.
Ugh.
All right. Well, that was fun.
Goodbye. Oh, that was fun.
So long.
Needed some Elden Ring.
Yeah.
I love how it just keeps spawning me in gravesite plains. I just gave up trying to go back. It just keeps spawning me here.
Oh, it was Ash Wednesday yesterday?
Was it?
Yep.
Oh wow.
According to my grandmother.